morning. I trust that all of you are well. And what is this doing? Whatever it is doing. See here. All right. Something's going on that's not acting right here this morning. Let me do why my camera's not acting up. My camera is acting up, I should say. Let me got that. See, it still don't seem to be doing what it needs to do.
He's a good trainer and teacher. I just love his voice.
So you need to mute.
I'm gonna share the information with you, Will.
We hear you, please mute. Okay. John.
Yes.
Give me a quick call. I'm having some trouble here with my camera. Give me a quick call.
Okay.
One more class bills. That's great.
Absolutely. Good morning, Terrence Smoke from Fayetteville, North Carolina.
Good morning, Kay Logan from Grantsville, Maryland.
Good morning, Vanetta from Alabama.
Good morning, Victoria from Ohio.
All right, Tony from Greensboro, North Carolina.
Good morning, Candace
Good
from
morning.
Minnesota.
I call. Okay, you need to mute so we get it on. All right, welcome to our call today. Thank you for getting on the call today. This is Alvin Turner. All right, let me do this first and then we will try to do our introduction because we got a lot of people and we really have to try to do this in an organized fashion. I'm gonna give you time to introduce yourself today. Merry Christmas to you. I'll give you time to do that. But I do need to kind of get it organized here. All right, so now you can unmute and you can introduce yourself, and I'll take the introduction right now. Let's do it. Go ahead and introduce yourself, please.
Good morning, Ruth Estes, Chesapeake, Virginia.
Ruth,
Good morning, Debbie Baker from Pittston, Pennsylvania.
Good morning,
Pennsylvania,
Sharon.
today, how you doing?
I'm Addison Jackson.
Addison, Texas, good morning.
Good morning.
Okay, two of y'all talking, I didn't get that. I think it was Shirley. I heard you, I said, Dr. Shirley.
No.
Kenneth Ford from Washington, North Carolina.
North Carolina, who's that, Kenneth?
Yes, sir.
Good morning.
Lucretia Book.
Lavora, good morning.
Good morning. Shirley Troutman from Butler, Georgia. Good morning, everyone.
Shirley, good morning.
Lucretia Boyd from
North Carolina. Good morning, Mr. Gary.
Harris, good morning to you.
Lynn Saddle from San Antonio, Texas. Morning.
Lynn, good morning.
Good morning, Darlene from Texas.
Darlene, good morning.
Eric.
Vanessa, good morning.
Lucretia Boyd from Michigan. Good morning.
Lucretia, good morning.
Next to San, the money doctor, San Antonio, Texas. Good morning.
Dexter, good morning. Jerry, good morning.
John Ray, Lithia Springs, Georgia.
John, good morning.
Virginia Phillips, Columbus, Ohio.
Lithia Springs.
John, I gotta talk to you. Okay. I'm sorry.
It's all right.
Curveball. Good morning.
Virginia Phillips, Columbus, Ohio. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Virginia.
Torrance Williams, Augusta, Georgia. Good morning, sir.
Torrance, good morning.
Eric Washington, Philadelphia.
morning.
Hey, what's happening, Hustlers and Motivators? It's Tracy Brockhoff from Durham, Georgia.
Tracy, good morning.
Lawrence Griffin from Maryland.
Lawrence Griffin, good morning.
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 Jerry
Tanika
Clark from
Bridget.
San Antonio. Hello, everybody.
Good morning.
Tanika ready from Virginia Beach, Virginia.
Tanika, good morning.
Janelle Stephan from Hampton, Virginia.
Janelle, good morning.
Good morning, everyone.
Roseanne House from Butler, Georgia.
Rosa, good morning.
Good morning.
Lady Clark, Detroit, Michigan.
Blaine, good morning.
Joy in the house.
In the house, good morning.
Greg Pitts, Greensboro, North Carolina.
Good morning, Greg.
Tina Spearman, Georgia.
Tina, good morning.
Good morning, everyone.
Anyone else?
Good morning, Mr. Alpha. This is Terrence out of Greensboro, North Carolina.
Good morning, Terrence.
How you doing, sir?
Okay, Miss Kay, go ahead and I'll speak. You don't have to raise your hand to speak. Just go ahead and unmute speak.
Okay, good morning, Kay Logan from Grantsville, Maryland, and I have a guest on the call.
Okay, good morning. Who's your guest?
Priscilla Marshall from Cumberland, Maryland.
Priscilla, are you here? Say good morning to them.
Last one, so.
Yeah, because it is.
So you gotta turn on the volume.
Okay. Well, we'll come back to it in a little bit. Good morning to everyone. Anyone else want to introduce themselves? Merry Christmas to you.
Victoria from Florida.
2023. Who was that from Florida? I'm sorry.
Victoria.
Victoria, good morning.
Morning. Victoria White from Glendale, Arizona.
Yes, sir. Good morning. All right. Welcome to our training today. This is our curve. This is our day that the Lord has made, December the 16th, 2023. Thank you all for getting on the call this morning. I love this. I love this day here at Tom to bless us. We're going to have a great day today. And I want to thank each of you for getting on this morning. Let me get ready to get set up here now. And we're going to go ahead and start a recording because we're going to have some great things going on today. And for all of this to be recorded.
Recording in progress.
Okay. Good morning. Welcome to our prayer today. My name is Alvin Curry. Today is December the 16th, 2023. This is the day that the Lord has made, and we're going to give thanks and praise to Him today. This is our Super Saturday training. Welcome to each of you. I have all of you muted at this point. Please stay muted as we begin to do our training, and we're going to make sure that everyone stays muted while we're doing this. You can take notes. We will give you opportunity to ask questions as you lead to them. But we're going to have a super training today. What God did in my spirit back at the pandemic time, 2020, He put in my spirit that the last Saturday of each year that we will use that as a testimony and praise time. So we do have some great testimonies coming today. I'm going to talk to you about what I call living testimonies. We're going to bring those forth here today. Because we do have guests on the phone today, I want to pull up to show all our guests who and what we are and why we exist. And then we're going to flow into our training after that. So welcome to the training today. My name is Alvin Curry. I expect that after we get into the praise and testimony time, I expect Ms. Curry will come up to say a few words this morning. She's not a big talker, but for those of you that have never met her, I expect that she will be joining us a little later on the call today. Again, thank all of you for being on the call. Thank you for being part of the My Econ family. God has blessed us. We are blessed this day to be blessed. So I want to thank you for getting on this call today. You are blessed here to be blessed with us. All right. What I'm going to do first is I'm going to go into who and what, why we are here and what we do. My Econ is a 18-year-old debt-free company. I need you to get that, ladies and gentlemen. You say, I've never heard of it. Well, it's a lot of companies we have not heard of. I go in the grocery store day by day, and I see products on the shelves and I've never heard of it before. So not hearing about something does not dictate good or bad. But let me tell you something I do think makes it good. Being debt-free for 18 years. Go back and let's look at what that was. And then let's judge on that. 2005, that was the year of the mortgage meltdown. We started this company in the midst of the mortgage meltdown. We started debt-free, and today we remain debt-free. We went through 2009, which was the foreclosure season, all the foreclosure stuff. That went on in 2009. We went through that period, and we are blessed. And then we went on through 2020, through the pandemic, and we still are blessed. We continue to grow. All of these are great, significant events that happened in the United States. And the pandemic was a worldwide event. And God blessed my economy to maintain debt-free status and grow in all that. So the company you're looking at today, ladies and gentlemen, is an awesome. We are rated A+ by the Better Business Bureau. We are believers that God called us into this company to do personal financial success for people all across this nation. So I want to talk to you about that this morning. Let me do this here. We have some people still unmuted. Do what John Pellican do here. Do it all. Okay. All right. Now we're good. So we want to talk this morning really briefly about why my economy is good. In America, I was taught, many people I have talked to all across this country, I was taught that success is equal to go to school, get a good education, and encourage a family. My parents expected all of us to go to college. Get a good job, work hard, keep the nose clean, save a little for a rainy day, and work hard. And one day you're going to retire, and everything's going to be okay. Well, I believe that when I heard that, but I knew it wasn't what I wanted. I wanted to be wealthy. No one knew how to get that done around me. They didn't know how to get that done. So when I was there against that thought, they thought there was something wrong with me. But today, I am now at the age what people call a retirement age. Well, I can tell you that I've seen many, many thousands of people who did exactly what they were told to do. They went to school, they got college education, they had good jobs, they had never been in trouble with the law. They went to church all their life, and they retired. And they now are struggling in retirement. So today, you're going to meet people who are the opposite of that. These people did those same things. And they were working on all of that, all before they met them. These are all people that had good careers. Solid careers before they came to my economy. They came to my economy, and they got here, and the Lord blessed them. And today they're living down here what we call 5B. They have income producing assets that allow them to live and maintain the quality of life that they want to retire. We have people you're going to meet that have been retired here today, some 10, 15 years, some 20 years. They have not worked a job in the midst of all the things you just heard me talk about. And they're retired, and they're living RB. So you're going to meet those people today. But now, in order to meet them, you're going to have to stay on the call so you can see. See, it ought to be evident other things. When you say to have everything in this earth is put on a test. I am, and most of you I'm sure are, sitting in a chair this morning. This chair is on a test. Will it hold my weight? Well, it is designed to hold my weight, and it is holding my weight. But there are some chairs that are not designed to hold my weight. So if I were to sit on them, that chair would break. But here is the deal. If something works, there ought to be evidence of it. We ought to be able to find widespread people who went to college, who graduated, and now living in prosperity in their retirement years. If that scenario works, divided because there's a way to clean right for a man, but in his room. Let me show you why this is wrong. So you're supposed to have enough income in day one to live. So your job, they're gonna take 25% of tax. On a business, they take nothing. But you're supposed to save 10% of your money down here for retirement. So the day you want to retire with this $75,000, you have an income producing asset of $1.5 million. 5% return, that'll give you $75,000 all the days of your life. That's what's supposed to happen in your life. See, when you went to work on the job, you were supposed to put money in the 401k. You were supposed to retire, and the 401k was supposed to have money in it for you. But here's what happened. Life came along. You decided you want a mortgage. So to get a mortgage, so you took the 45% debt to income ratio. That's $2,800 up to $6,250. For 45% of the monthly amount. So now that will be all things like mortgage, company payment, credit card, student loan, and all that. Well, if you're doing 25% tax and 45% debt to income, you've already spent 70% of your money. Then you have what we call recurring expenses. These recurring expenses will always happen. You're going to have utilities. You're going to have home phone. You're going to have cable TV. You're going to have food, gas, cell phone. This takes up 26% of your money. $1,650. We had 25 for taxes, 45 for debt income, 26% recurring. We had 96% of your $6,250. Now we have other lifestyle issues. Some of you may not be paying health insurance today. Others may not be paying daycare. But everybody got a little entertainment. They want to go out, they work, they want to go out and eat. They want to go to have some form of entertainment. Go on a vacation. Go to a show. Everyone wants a personal grooming. So we allocated 20% here. That's $1,250. Well, now we have 116%. And we haven't allocated anything for savings or retirement. We haven't allocated anything for emergencies. And we haven't allocated anything for charitable giving. So in these areas, we give a tip. We do our credit card for emergency spending. We save whatever we can for a rainy day, a little bit here and there. And we go to church and we give a tip. So now our income looks like this. If we were to do our income the way I think you should do it, and you don't have to do it because I say this, but we use a concept in my income called income shift. That means shift your income around from the $6,250. I believe you ought to give first 10% off the top, the charitable giving. I choose to give mine to a church. You can spend a charitable organization you can give to. I believe you ought to sow at least 10% into charitable giving. So you ought to take 10% and put it into some kind of retirement plan for you. That could be into a business you build. That could be into a retirement account. You gotta have something you build that's going to give you some retirement income. Pay your household debt, pay your recurring expenses, pay your emergency fund, then additional lifestyle. And if you're gonna pay taxes, pay them last. Because we won't get into all that this morning, but we believe that there is no law that says you have to pay taxes. We believe that you need to tax taxes and turn that around and use those tax dollars to build your retirement fund. Because the government's supposed to use your tax dollars to build your Social Security. Now they're telling you, you might not even get those Social Security. Because they said, wait, Social Security line out. But you started paying attention every day. See, that's supposed to be building money for you to retire on. So we said you ought to return, take those dollars, and you put them into retirement. Whatever retirement baby you want, and better yourself, not this. So this person who earns $75,000 a year is running in the hole right now. $2,500. If you multiply $2,500 by 12, that is $30,000 a year. And you can take the time to make $75,000 was doing good. But see, they wasn't doing these other things. They wouldn't give it charity. They wouldn't save it. They were spending it all on other stuff. So as a result, many people, I won't get into the details of this because we got this class coming up a little bit later. As a result, the vast majority of Americans today, when they retire, if they go back to this right here, They go back right here to $75,000 that they made in jobs. They retire on 40% or less than that. Well, 40% of that would be $30,000, ladies and gentlemen. That would be hard to live on if you used to 75 and you retire on 30. Y'all know what that is, sir? I get that. I'm not against that. But this is why we find many retirees go back to work after they get off the job. Because they felt like retirement was an age. So they reached a certain age and they retired. Many people I know got to 62. And they went until they started taking their Social Security. They started retiring. Because they were that age. Then they figured out they couldn't live on. And they said, oh, wow. They won't let you make much on that thing. Now I'm on that thing. They did not know. They had a lack of financial literacy. They wasn't trying to do bad. People work all their lives. Pay their bills. These are bills they pay. These are bills they pay. These are things they did. None of that's bad. None of that's wrong. But what it does is it runs you in the hole. Now, if you do that from 25 to 65, when you reach retirement age, you're going to be in a terrible mess. Many people who are in that time zone now have mortgages, car loans, all kinds of stuff. Yet their income is down 50 to 60% from where it was when they worked. So they find themselves going out, getting another job, trying to help supplement that. Ladies and gentlemen, you are just on our call today. What we do at My Income is we want to help you fill this void, help you make up this $2,500 loss. Now, we won't go into all of that today, simply because this is a training, but we're going to train our team. And today, we're really not going to do a lot of training. We're going to do some. But today is more about praise and thanksgiving to God. He gave us such a great year. He gave us 18 wonderful debt-free years. Somebody needs to give praise about that. Somebody needs to say that's great. Somebody needs to say thank you. That's something that's worthy of saying thank you. And so we're going to take today, we're going to spend most of our day giving thanks. But if you will just go ahead and enroll in our call, because $9.95 in the next 30 days, if you plug in the calls with me, and I'm using me, but I know a lot of other people that own me. I just said, if you just plug in the calls with me over the next 30 days, I will, okay. John, unmute, tell me that I heard something on my call. John, unmute. Do you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you just fine.
Okay, something came through about unmute. I don't know, I got it all muted down, right? So the other people can't unmute. Okay, somebody's been trying to unmute, that might have been. Okay, so here's the thing, so I guess again, thank you, John. So I guess, go ahead and enroll with us, $9.95. That's the top. And then whoever brought you to this call today, they can instruct you how to get on the call in the next 30 days. And I'll show you in the next 30 days what all of this means to you. And then as we go into the next year, we'll train you on how all of these things work. We'll train you on how to save money on taxes, and then move that money to where you can go get out of debt. We'll show you how to adjust your W-4 so you put more money back in your household so you can then do what you want to do. We'll show you how you can invest. We'll show you how you can fix your credit. But we can't do all of that today because this day is dedicated to a day of praise and thanksgiving. So I want to thank you all for being on the call with me this morning. As guests, I'm going to go into our training now. We're going to go right into our training from here. This is our first training that we have for today. I'm going to introduce this training to our team today. I call this a living testimony day. This is a day for living testimony. Now, we have talked for many, many years on a piece of America. Well, you're going to meet people today who own a piece of America. You're going to meet people today who bought into this concept. And now they are living testimony. They have a living testimony. They're living in Part B, I told you. They living now through the pandemic. They living now through all of what's going on in life. And they're not struggling financially because they believe what I showed them 25, 30 years ago, whenever it was, some of them, 10, 15 years ago. They believe it. And now today they have. So let me tell you the story of my time and how we arrived here. This is a very good story. I call it the mighty congregation, and I believe that what the Word of God says that He calls a covenant. A covenant is an agreement that's cut between two or more people. Many times they're cut in blood, but they're lifelong agreements. And in the Bible, in Psalm 89 and verse 34, God says, "My covenant I will not break, nor alter the word that has gone out of my lips." Now, he was speaking of King David at the time, but I don't believe, you can believe how you choose, that the word is also applied to us today. So I believe that covenant was cut by Ivy Stokes in 1982 when he was a senior at Georgia Tech. God gave him a vision to build a business as an institution that astounds the world, to create thousands of families, successful families, to become a blessing to their country, their community, and their fellow man. So Lord God Almighty will give praise and glory. I was so got that in 1982. Alan Perry was nowhere in the picture, nor was any of you. But by 1986, God had sent me and him to become a wife. And so my wife, again, I think she's going to say a few words today. She's not a big speaker like I am, but something led her to speak to a lady in her office that day in 1986. These are from 1986. And she came home and told me about this person, Ivy Stokes, and some things he was doing. We decided to talk with him. And in December of 86, we decided to go in business with him. We then joined a church called the Coleman Christian Center. Since I was there, I invited Ivy over. He came over and he joined that church in 1988. That pastor, Pastor Jerry Harris, very instrumental to this vision of what's going on here at Mighty God. We met Mr. Gates, who many of you already have heard from and seen. He became our business partner in 1989, today he's CEO of this company. And in 1990, Mr. Stokes shared the vision that I just read to you with me. And he asked me, was I interested in being his partner in building this? So I got grafted into the company. The company wasn't new to me, but I got grafted in 1990. And I pledged that I would be there with it lifelong. We're here today, 37 years later. So for the next 15 years, we went out and we built thousands and thousands of families, helping them become personal success. We worked with other companies. Some of the people you're going to meet today, they came with us during this time frame, during these formative years when we were with other companies. Some of these people have been with us that you're going to meet today 30 years almost. And many have gone on, they were with us for a while, they went on and doing other businesses now, and many have retired and living debt free. You will meet these people today. Some of them, we all. So in 2005, Mr. Stokes, myself, and again, Pastor Harris, that was the person I told you about earlier, he was our pastor. We flew out to Washington State, I did, met with Pastor Harris, this way he is, it's from Hawaii. We had fasted for 21 days, and then the Lord spoke to us. It was now time to go forward to be a mighty God. Now, many people who were with us back then, they were like, oh, my God. But see, we were leaving $1 billion company. And we were going to go build mighty God. They were like, boy, something wrong with y'all. I ain't doing that. So they didn't believe, so they went, they trumped out, they did a thing. Nothing wrong with that. But let's follow this story on down. That I believe that we have a covenant. And I believe that covenant was spoken about in Numbers chapter 13 and 14. I won't take time to read all of this. You can see it. You can read it for yourself in the Bible. You want to take the notes and go back and read, take a screenshot and go read. But the Lord told Moses to send leaders, not wimps, from every one of the tribes. There were 12 tribes of Israel to go into the land and search out the land. They went, like he told them. And they came back. And they were like little wimps when they came back. And he was leaders. They said, we went to the land and said, we saw the giants there. The sons of Anak came from the giants. And we were like grasshoppers in our own eyes. They didn't say we were grasshoppers. We were like grasshoppers in our own eyes. So we were invaders. Because the way we saw ourselves, they saw us that way now. But that really was the word. See, those were people who couldn't come with us. Those were people that just said, I can't follow you out no more, boss. You did this big. See, we were working with other people coming. And other people making all of the cities. They were there. He said to me, that's okay. Everybody has a right to do what they want to do. The men said, I'm going to turn back. But there were men who said, I'm going with you. And they're here today. Some of them will be talking today. They were looking for this. They saw that turn. We stepped out on faith in a major way. We stepped out on faith. The Lord blessed us. So the next 15 years, I was in 2005. For the next 15 years, we were building mighty time, we were growing, everything was blessed. We was prosperous, we helped thousands of families build personal success. This brings from 2015 all the way to 2020. At this point, right before the pandemic, well, actually, don't really think the same time the pandemic was happening. Mr. Stokes was secured, talked again. We fasted and prayed for another 21 days. And this is where we got the vision clarity. 1 million millions. So I ask you today, are you one in a million? See, God already said it's done. We're going to do a million. So now the question is, are you one in a million? If you're one in a million, you would be lighted up in the chat right now saying, I'm one. You would claim that others for you. That would become you. You would attach yourself to the covenant. And you would say, I am one in a million. But see, you have to do that. You have to pronounce that. You're with a team of people where it's never been heard to pronounce to the devil and the whole wide world that we were God's men and God's women, and we were going to step forward, and we were going to do. Our wives have always supported us. Our wives have been there day one. I can't tell you all the things that our wives have done in the early days to help us to do these companies, and even to this day, Ms. Curry is still serving as the chief financial officer of the company. Every check you ever get coming out of this company, she is the CFO of the company, and she still serves. Ms. Stokes still serves. She still serves to this day. It's still part of this overall big vision that God has given us. And he didn't just give it to Albert. Because remember, I told you, he gave it to my wife. He gave my wife this vision. Talk to me first. But he got some, how can he say also that I gave to my wife? So I know that this vision and this covenant that I'm a part of was birthed in our family through my wife. And I'm a part of that. But I am the talker. I am the one that God said, go out here and do this. And what she does is she does administratively. This document that you're looking at, we created this document in our mind. I created it, she typed it up, and John printed it up. Built it all here. We all work together to get this document today. Because I wanted to be able to just tell you this story as we give testimony to God today. God told us, fear not. Don't fear for no pandemic. You're going to hear stuff about inflation today. Fear not inflation. Don't fear the recession. God said, only believe. Because in Deuteronomy 8:18, you shall remember the Lord God, for it is he who giveth you power to get wealth. They established that covenant. That covenant he swore out of the stone. And it is this day. See, many of you got things God told you to do. And part of being a part of this covenant is going to help you get those things done. You're going to help build this covenant of 1 million millionaires. That wealth you got is going to go out and establish the covenant God told you to do. I can't tell you how many times I get people that tell me about great things they have that God told them to do. All they miss is the money to do it. And since they miss the money to do it, they want to know, can I give them the money to do it? I cannot. Why? Because God gave us a covenant. And he tells us to direct us what to do with the money. There was a time in my life I just gave you money, did all kinds of stuff. And God told me, you ain't done the show, and I'll stop it. But what I do now, to this day, I let God lead me where I go, what I do, if I have the money to do whatever he tells me to do. I'm going to do what he tells me to do. I'm never going to just do anymore, because he blessed me. He gave me the power. He gave this company power. In this company, my son is blessed. I know every person out there don't agree with these spirits. I understand that. I'm not against anything anybody else do. But you can't be against what I do and say, well, I can't do it because you don't do it. I'm not stopping you from doing what you want to do. So we all have the right to believe what we choose to believe. This is what I believe. Now, two can't walk together unless they agree. Well, I folks and I lockstep on this belief. We've talked about this, prayed about this for years. All these 37 years that we have been in business together. We have been in times of prayer. Pastor Terry, whom you heard us talk about, we heard me talk about, is our spiritual leader. I had a person come to me one time. They were an apostle, and they said that God told them to come over here and talk to us about all these folks out here needed spiritual aid. And they were supposed to just go over here and talk to groups like us, and they supposed to be spiritual aid. I said, God can give this about us. So we got spiritual aid. I know God can give this about us. And so people be trying to say, God told them things about it. I'm like, well, okay. Why he didn't tell us none of this? I go talk to my wife. She ain't heard nothing. I talk to my wife, she ain't heard nothing. She ain't heard nothing. And God done told somebody, somewhere, we don't even know. They supposed to come in and do this at my econ. And my econ supposed to do all this to them, and he got to tell all of us. Ladies and gentlemen, we're blessed to be a blessing. But how are we going to bless you? Okay. Network marketing. This is part of what we are, the industry we're in, direct sales, have made statements over the years that everybody can get fixed. I'm going to go back to this just for a quick moment. I'm going to show you this. This can't be fixed with network marketing. Because no matter what network marketing company you are in, you can't go make $2,500. Okay. Most of the network marketing don't make nowhere near $2,500. So if fixing your life was a $2,500 a month decision, then most folks will never get their life fixed. If fixing a life was a $2,500 decision, most of the people you're going to hear from today have never made $2,500 a month in this country. So this Alan, what did they do? What did they do? They bought this covenant years. They started a part-time business. They minimized their taxes and adjusted their W-4. They minimized their expenses by repairing their credit. They eliminated debt. And they got busy investing. And by virtue of that, I don't know what all of them invest in, because we don't tell them what to invest in. We don't even tell them that. But they all got busy doing this. This is the power that you're going to hear most of them talk about. See, even though you can make $1 billion, if you don't do this, you still won't have $1 million. We have people in this company make hundreds of thousands of dollars. Some make millions. But they spent more than they brought in. You see it all the time, I believe. This is fundamental premise. That if you stick around with us, we are going to teach you how these principles work. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is the 16th day of December 2023 that the Lord has made. You are going to be hearing in a few minutes. You got one other piece to do first. And then we're going to move into our living testimony. We're going to give them to you in a big way. So God bless you guys. Thank you for being on the call. I'm going to now take this and I'm going to stop sharing because our next speaker is going to come on and they're going to share their screen and they're going to be doing what they need to do. Our next speaker, most of you all have heard of him. I already know about it. But we're going to talk about what is the option if you don't do this. What's going on right now? People who didn't do this. So without any further ado, we're going to bring Mr. John Pettiford on. He's going to talk to you about his part here of this training for today. And we're going to call that the time today. Mr. Pettiford, are you ready?
I think I'm ready. I think.
I'm gonna check my mic and everything else. You got it, sir.
All right. I'm gonna go ahead and lock this thing up here, and we're good to go. So, hey, welcome everybody to the call this morning. We're ready to rock and roll. We're doing what we do. We're training, and we're getting ready to talk about what the problem is. See, if you don't understand the problem, we mess around and give you the solution. Guess what? You have absolutely no idea if it's good or bad, if it's right or wrong, and you don't know whether you need to take action. And many people don't understand the problem that they're trying to fix. So Alvin just talked a little bit about that. Tell you a little bit about me. Been involved with Mighty Con for many years, been working with thousands of people all over this country, and I've seen this time and time again. See, this goes to no matter what race you are. So I talk to Black people. I talk to white people. I talk to tall people. I talk to short people. I talk to men. I talk to women. It's all the same, guys. See, it will be different because sometimes people think, well, it's a Black issue. No, it's not a Black issue. Oh, well, it's a this or that issue. No, because when you start looking at the people that get to what we call or design as personal financial success, you talking about less than 10% of the people in the population. They go through their whole life. They go through their whole working years, and they never get to this. And this encompasses much more than the Black demographic. This encompasses much more than the white demographic. This encompasses much more than the women. It encompasses much more than men, because there is no gender that's 90%. There is no race that's 90%. So why are they failing? What is the problem? So Alvin talked a little bit about that whole example there. Talked about all those bills, talked about the taxes. But let's talk about exactly what's happening in America. I think as we go through this exercise, ladies and gentlemen, you're going to see that the current plan that most people have, it is not going to cut it. Now, if you put your head in the sand and you just say, well, I'm just not going to think about it. Because some people take this position. I'm just not even going to think about that right now. I ain't got time to think about that right now. Well, that does not make the problem go away. As a matter of fact, it may make the problem worse. Because see, you're in a boat, and that boat has a hole in it, and it's continuing to have water ingress. And if that water continues to ingress in your financial boat, you know what's going to happen? You're going to sink, and you're going to drown. See, if you have no vision, to see that there's a hole in your boat, if you have no vision to see that you need to plug this hole, you will perish in that boat. And see, you got to get to that mindset. You got to get to that thought process. I guarantee you that my econ is the solution. My econ is the answer to everything you've been trying to do. And I always tell people, if you don't do this thing that we call my econ, you want to call it something else. You want to call it Airbnb. You want to call it real estate investment. I don't care what you call it. You still have to do the things that we discussed. You still have to figure out how are you going to build income producing assets. You still have to figure out how to do the MyEcon process called cash, asset, cash. That's really simply means you take some cash that you got some access to, and you take that cash and you use it strategically to buy an asset. That's anything that creates money without you touching it. And then when it creates more cash, you repeat that process over and over and over and over again. See, that's not a MyEcon thing, even though we talk about it MyEcon, but that's a wealth building concept. That's a pinnacle of wealth building. That's a pillar of wealth building. And we got to do that, right? So let's get down to it. Let's get into the discussion here. Let's talk about it. So how much money do you need? See, Alvin talked a little bit about it, okay? But let's take it out of what MyEcon said. Let's take it out of what Alvin said. Let's take it out of what John said. Let's look at third-party material. Now, this is the rule of thumb. I think I want to say I got this from Vanguard Investments or someone on Vanguard, and they did a little article on this. Let's look at this. Everyone has different needs, wants, and goals for retirement. So there isn't a one-size-fits-all plan that will work in any scenario. Thankfully, financial professionals have created a few rules of thumb over the years that have varying pros and cons, but give more insight. Save as much as you can. These can help you answer how much you need to retire. Because that's the answer, right? So you heard Alvin say, well, you need 10 to 20 times. Well, okay, look, right here. The final multiple. So what's the final multiple? 10 to 12 times your annual income at retirement age. If you plan to retire at 67, you see they inched that thing on up there. They didn't say 62. They didn't say 65. They come about 67. Now, who in the world want to work to 67? Let's start right there. But we won't get all off on that quite yet. For instance, and your income is $150,000 per year. Then you should have between 1.5 and 1.8 million set aside for retirement. Wait, whoa, hey, did y'all hear what I just said? Did you hear what I just read? 1.5 to 1.8 million set aside for retirement. A multiple of your final working year's income is appealing to use as a guidepost because it's easy to calculate, especially the closer you are to retirement and your final annual compensation is easy to estimate. Now let's stop right there, ladies and gentlemen. I want y'all to think about this. How many people do you know that you talk to, that you run into, that you spend time with, they work with you, they go to church with you? How many of them you think know that they need $1 million+ if they ever gonna stop working and have the same life they have today? Answer that question. I want you to think about this. Okay, I got another one here. The pacing angle. What is that? A multiple of your annual income at your current age. Now let's see what they talk about here. It says at age 30, some financial professionals suggest accumulating the equivalent of your current annual income. So for example, let's say you're making $50,000 a year and you're 30 years old. They say you should have at least $50,000 a year saved by 30. I want you to think about that. What 30-year-old do you know got $40,000, $50,000, $60,000 sitting in retirement already? See, let's get down to it. Now, 10 years later, one decade goes by. By age 40, you'd have accumulated 3 times your current income over time. So they need $150,000 in example. I'm talking about 50,000. By retirement age, it should be, and they back to it. It should be 10 to 12 times your income at that time. See, I want you to be thinking about this as we have this conversation, ladies and gentlemen. What is your plan? What is your solution? Because see, we already determined. If you just go to a financial plan, they ain't gonna tell you you need 10 to 12 times of what you make. If you're making $200,000 a year, you need 2 million plus household income. If you're making $200,000 household income, y'all got real good income. Because see, some people say, well, well, we make good income now, we straight. No, you're not straight. The more income you have, the bigger the asset needs to be, and you need to be getting busy. And these people that's out here buying all these items. Now, I'm not saying there's nothing wrong with buying stuff. I get it. You only live once. Yes, I get this. You need to buy some of the things you want. Why do you work every day? You want to have something that you like. I agree. But I don't think people will be buying all the stuff that they buy as much as they buy, as often as they buy. If they understood they need $1, $2, $3 million if they ever gonna stop working. Because see, they can't afford to be giving away $80,000 every 5 years for buying a car. They can't be just giving away all this money, right? So let's just start with right here. We just gonna go with this 10 to 12 times. We're going with the 10 to 12 times. And ladies. Now let's talk about using some financial calculators to figure out all this stuff out. So you go to your back office. And right in the back office on the Business Management Center, you got a little button there that says more items. I want you to click on more items when you get there. You don't got to do it right now. This is how you get to the doggone calculator. Because see, you got to get the calculator on you. You got to be getting to figure out, okay, what's your number? Now we got 2 systems to help you figure this out. We're going to talk about a couple of them. And then once you get to more items, you're going to click on tools. You get yourself right on over to the tools. Now that you're at the tools, let's look at what tools we're going to use. We got several tools in here. We're going right here to calculate. Now you got another tool over there to the left called Cashflow Strategies. That's one of your tools that's going to build your financial plan. Do you have a plan? Okay. Cashflow Success Calculator, you're going to need that thing too. That's going to determine, based on the Minecon system, doing the things that we taught you to do, how much cash flow has been generated from each area. This is important. So now let's get here. We went to the financial calculator, and it says monthly investment to reach a specific goal. Use this calculator to determine how much must be invested monthly at a specific interest rate for a specific number of years. See, it's very specific. Example, if you want $500,000 in 20 years, and you want to know how much money to invest at 8% annual rate, so you can see and start calculating some of this stuff, right? Now, why do I bring this up here? Okay, we've already determined, oh, we need $1 million plus. We already determined this. John didn't say this. Alvin Curry didn't say this. Well, Alvin Curry did say it, but we going out of Alvin Curry. We're going out of my econ. And we say, oh, who else said it? So we already know. Because look, ladies and gentlemen, if you got a husband making 50 and a wife making 50 to 60, that's $100,000 household income, isn't it? Well, that is $1 million needed. See, we're not talking about these big time, all this stuff. And we know we got people that make $70,000, $80,000. And then we got a husband making $78,000, and a wife making $78,000. They got $150,000, $160,000. See, we right in that loom. We right in that scenario we're talking about. So everybody that I can think of need $1 million. See, where are you going to get your $1 million? How are you going to get to your $1 million? Now, why did I get right here? Now, let's say you're 45 years old today and you're trying to retire at 65. Let's say you're 47 and you try to do that doggone 67 thing they talking about. Now, remember this stuff. This is what we got to make sure that we don't forget. Retirement is not an age. Retirement is when you got the money. You do not have to be waiting all the way up until you're in your 60s. And you start talking about some, well, let me see if I can retire now. No. If you in your 40s and 50s and you got enough assets to replace your income, you can retire. See, don't forget, I did fire my boss at 34 years old. Don't forget that I did stop working a job 15 years ago. Don't forget that I ain't went back looking for them and asked them for nothing. Don't forget that part. And we got plenty of people all through my econ that have gone out and fired their bosses. We've got plenty of people that use the strategies that gone out and fix their lives. So don't get this whole thing, as the young folks say. Don't get it twisted. Now look at this. Now, why did I get to this part? This is important. Let's say you get an 80% rate of return. Okay? Let's see how I'm doing on time. Doing pretty good. Now, you got 8% rate of return. You got a 20-year run. Now, look at this. You need to invest $1,697. You see that right there? I circled it for you just in case you missed it. See, when we get to people, they're in a situation where they need to be investing at least $1,000 to maybe as much as $2,000 to fix their financial problem.
Yeah, I know not like.
Here's the question. Here's the question. Where they gonna get that $1,000 from? Where they gonna get that $1,000 to $2,000 to invest? That means pay all your bills, all the stuff you got going on, and take some cash and drop it in that investment account, drop it in that 401k, drop it in that IRA, drop it in that. See, you can say, "Oh, don't go to my financial plan. He gonna get you straight. Get you straight how? How's he gonna get you straight? He gonna say, well, Bill, Mary, this is what you need to do. You need to give me direct deposit thing, and I'm gonna pull this stuff out of here. I'm gonna pull $1,697 out your checking account every month, and I'm gonna invest it for you." And here's the first problem. Where you gonna get the $1,697 to pull out the doggone thing? Second problem is the financial, quote unquote, I'm an air quote here, the financial planner, the financial advisor. Guess what? He's not even the money manager. He's just the person that's directing your money to a money manager. Why don't you just go ahead and pass him up and go ahead and put your money straight in there with the money manager? I think that makes more sense. I don't know why we need to go give him some money so he can get him a commission. I get that he need to eat. I don't get that he trying to make money. But this ain't my job to fix his economy. It ain't your job to fix his economy. It's your job to fix your economy. So at my econ, you know what we do. We say, why don't you take your butt over here? Go straight to the money manager. They got billions and billions and billions and billions and billions and billions of dollars sitting aside. They managing all this. Why don't you go ahead and put you over there? So you can't be talking about, well, they racist. They won't help us. No, why don't you mix all your money up with all the other races? Why don't you go mix up? They all green. It's only one color. Boom, you get paid. Boom, you get wealth. See? You gotta go and know where to go. So the average person needs to be invested. $1,000 to $2,000 fix their problem because they're already behind. Remember, that thing said about in your 20 and 30, in your 20, but by 30, you're supposed to have at least. Did you? Let me ask you. Did you have at least what you made in a year at 30 in your retirement account? Because I know when I was in my 20s, getting my 30s. I spent everything I had because I was out there just trying to live. I would make a whole bunch of money to start with. And then I was out there just trying to get me a little place to stay, a little car to drive around, and some food to eat. And I was a single dad and stuff, so I was trying to take care of my daughter. I was doing all these little things that we do in life, right? It wasn't nothing like that. So I didn't do very much investing in my 20s. And then most people, they don't do this. And then they get to their 30s, they start getting into their career, they start getting more seated, right? They start getting more established. And then they start buying bigger things. They buying bigger cars, they buying homes, bigger homes. They're getting mortgages, right? They've got student loans that are now starting to become due and all these different things. So it becomes, they have children, they're building their family. It becomes progressively more difficult. Progressively more difficult to save money. So then by the time they get into their 40s, they start thinking, whoa, I better get on this retirement deal. Well, now they're at the point. They behind. They got $1,000 to $2,000 a month problem. 73% of civilian workers had access to retirement benefits in 2023. 73%. But only 56% of those workers are participating in the plan. So only 73% even got one. And about half of the people that got one put money in. So the number is, it's about 41 people out of 100 put money in retirement. So about 60 people, never done. 59, never done. They ain't even in the game. This is Ted economics. This is not John economics. This is not Alvin economics. This is not Strose economics. This is not my econ economics. This is Ted. Ted told y'all this. TED, whoever he is. Now, y'all see we got some things over here. We got these ages as of 2023. They got Gen Z and what they are. They got Gen Y and what they are. Got Gen X. Now, some of them kind of overlap. I don't know how that happened. This is what the internet told me. Some of them got gaps. There's baby boomers too. I found that out last night. I didn't put them in here. They got baby boomers and they got second tier baby boomers. They got millennials. But now let's talk about this. Let's talk about the balance by age. Under 25 ain't got nothing. $5,000 ain't nothing. Still just dropping the bucket. So we already know Gen Z ain't got nothing going on. Gen Y, that's some of Gen Y, they ain't got nothing going on either. 25 to 34, they got $30,000. Now remember, like I said, you're supposed to have at least your yearly income at 30. 35 to 44, they got $76,000 in that thing. 45 to 54, they got $142,000. Now remember, as you get older, you're supposed to get progressively better financially, right? You should be making more money, more established in your career. This is typically what's going on. 55 to 64, they got $200,000. 65 to go, they got $232,000. Now remember what I said. Remember what Alvin said. Remember what Vanguard said. You need 10 to 12 times. Well, if we 65 down here, and we need $1 million in assets, we're almost 80% short at 65. Because you got two, you 75%, almost 75, 76, 77% short. Can you see that? You ain't got the $232,000. Your goose is cooked. You're done. These are people that got good jobs. These are people that got good degrees. These are people that got seniority. These are people that went to school, got a good education. They got student loans. They paid $60,000, $70,000 for their education. They still didn't make it. They still didn't get to where they're trying to go, y'all. Do you understand? You can't educate your way out of this unless you get some financial education and use a vehicle called My Econ or My Econ Personal. I don't see how you're gonna get it done. You can't get the right president to make sense. Okay, you understand we do got an election coming next year. I don't know what's gonna happen, who's gonna happen, when it's gonna happen, why it's gonna happen, but I know it's gonna be crazy. And it don't matter what the outcome is. It could be the current guy. It could be the previous guy. Neither one of them get down here and get ready to go put another $600,000-$700,000 in your doggone retirement account. It don't matter who the Speaker of the House is. This is the problem. It don't matter about none of the they got all this stuff that everybody want to fight over. They fight over who ordered what bathroom. They fight over LGBTQ and they add 4 or 5 other names onto it. All this all that stuff. I get those social issues that people are dealing with. But at the end of the day, guess what? It don't matter whether you LBGTQ straight, whatever. You still got to fix this. It don't matter if you're Democrat or Republican. You still got to fix this. It don't matter if you live in the state of Michigan or you live in Texas. You still got to fix this. It don't matter if you're Gen Z, Gen Y, Gen X, millennial, baby boomer too. I don't know who next. I don't know who is after Gen Z. What are the people that's between 1 and 10? What generation is? They still got to look. This is it's an encompassing issue. It's an encompassing issue. Now look, y'all. Let's get to the IRA. Now, and that was 401k. This is the IRA. 4,900. Gen Z. Millennial, 1,800. 18,000. Sorry. Gen X, 77,000. Gen X doing pretty decent. Y'all be talking about Gen X. They ain't too bad, but they need some help. They the ones who had the best deal. These are people that can literally get out of college. I mean, out of college, high school, and they can literally go work at a factory, an automotive factory, with very little education, and they can work overtime, make $100,000 a year. That's some of the best systems of being able to have little education and still be able to make a living. Now you need much more. I saw a thing about degree required for $18 an hour. Degree required $18 an hour. So that's probably now this is fidelity, y'all. Now look, if we talk about the baby boomers, for the older people that say retire right now, they quote unquote age that people tend to try to do this. That'll be $200,000 over here. It's $232,000 in 401k. They got $400,000. They're still short. They are still short, guys. Do you understand? They got to do what Mike is talking about. No. Now, what's your rate of return? Your rate of return now. The average annual 401k return is 4.9. Call it 5%. Many variables determine 401k return, include investments. You choose. Do you understand that? See, people say, oh, 401k, wait, it might have been your bad pick. Maybe what you did was pick the wrong stuff. Maybe you picked the wrong stuff because you had little financial literacy, little financial education. You didn't have the money economic principle. You didn't understand what guaranteed account means. You said, well, I need me a guarantee. Well, anytime you're in the financial world, and you say, give me the guarantee, you guarantee to lose. They say, oh, we're going to guarantee this. Anytime you try to get guarantees, somebody, ain't nobody going to create that deal for you to get the better end of the stick. They're going to create the deal for them to get the better end. That's how the financial world works. If you get down here to the car loan folks, if you get down here to the mortgage folks, and you get to they can tell you, oh, yeah, we got a good deal for you. Yeah, it might be a good deal for you. Let's say it's good, but it's better. You gotta always ask yourself why you love me so much. Oh, you just gonna take all the risks? You can go take all the downside? You gonna take all of this and that, and you just gonna give me the what's in it for you? What am I missing? Now, let's take that same $1 million. Let's take that same $1 million. 5% rate of return. That's $50,000 a year, folks. Now, we already know they didn't have $1 million. We already know they had 232,000. 10% of 232,000 is 23,000 a year. 5%. Roughly about $12,000 a year in income at retirement. This is why most people are trying to rely both of their retirement years, their money, on Social Security. This is what's happening. They didn't have enough. They didn't understand it. They didn't have a vision. They didn't understand they didn't $1 million. So they didn't build a plan to get to $1 million. And then they pick wrong rates of returns in the retirement, or the wrong investment choices. They gave lower rates of return. It barely is outpacing inflation. Because we still got to deal with inflation. It costs $100,000 today. In 20 years, it's going to cost $200,000 for the same stuff. Uh-oh. President can't fix this for you. But you better go vote. Congress can't fix this for you. Senators can't fix this for you. Your mayor can't fix this for you. Your mom and your daddy can't fix this for you. Matter of fact, I think I'm saying your husband or your wife can't fix it. Y'all better get on this deal called financial strategies and asset building and business building. All right. We already talked about this. Now look. $1 million out here. 5% rate of return. Try to get straight in 20 years. I got a 20-year window. I need to invest $2,432 every month after I pay my bills. This is why we say rate of return matters. This is why you got to be at 10, 15% on your asset growth. And it could be as much as 30, 40, 50%, depending on the kind of asset it is. Now, where they gonna get this? $2,500 a minute. Okay, debt. Whoa, what this thing called debt? The borrower served the lender. We still back to Gen Z, Gen Y, Gen X, millennials, baby boomers. 18 to 29, they got $24,000 in debt. 30 to 39, they got $84,000 on that. They got credit cards. They got mortgages. They got home equity lines of credits. Student loan debt. That I don't know how they only got student loan, but okay. I pull these numbers. Other debt. I don't know what the other debt is. 40 to 49, they got $105,000. 50 to 59, $86,000. Many of these age brackets, they're in the negative in assets. They got a negative net worth. They own very little value. They don't own anything in their life. They don't even own their income because they all their income from the job, which means you don't own that income because you can't pass your seniority to your children. You can't pass your salary to your children. If they come work at the same company you've been working at for 25 years, they got to pay, basically start from the beginning, start at the bottom. They can't take your society. See, building your finances should be passing the baton. You're supposed to take it to a certain level. And then you pass it on to your heir, to your children. They're supposed to take it up another notch to a certain level. They pass it to their children. They say it's a relay race. The Henry Ford family has been running a relay race for the last century. And it's bigger today than it's ever been. But look at your family. This last century, how does the relay race look? You might have been running the wrong race, folks. Or you might have been having the wrong strategies. How long are we living in retirement? Most of us seem to know the average American lives between 70 and 80 years. 73.5 years for men, 79.3 for women to be exact. But few of us understand that life expectancy rises with age. An American man who turns 70, so if you make it to 70, you're likely going to live at 85. If you make it to 70 as a woman, you're likely to live to 87. So this will mean people is living in retirement for at least 20 years after retiring at 65. So you living in retirement almost as long as your working years if you work for 30 years. Where that money gonna come from? So you gotta solve this. You gotta start working on solving this. You can't be talking about I'm gonna get around to it. No, you get around to it. You better get to it. Let's get down to it. How many Americans have a financial plan? According to Schwab, is that according to my econ? Is that according to John? Is that according to Alvin? Is that according to Ivy Stokes? According to Charles Schwab, survey, only about 1/3, 35% of all Americans signed their goal and documented a financial plan. So 60+% ain't got it. Among these who do, 7 in 10 say it makes them feel more in control of their finances. You are aware that my econ got a deal for you called the Cashflow strategy. Get into your financial membership. Build your plan. You need everything that we're talking about. This wasn't no $9.95 deal that you just jumped in and just trying to fix your credit to see what was up. This wasn't no 95-cent deal. You was just checking it out. No, this is get straight, get fixed. Cash flow strategy. Build your plan. Put your plan together. It's going to build. It's going to ask you questions. Get yours done this week. Don't let this week go by and you don't build your plan. It's going to build a debt elimination plan. It's going to tell you exactly what you need to be doing based on your numbers, how much you need to invest. It's going to tell you exactly what your end result is going to look like. What is your 10 to 12 times? It's going to tell you exactly based on what you got saved today and what you need to save based on rate of return where you're going to end up. You need every bit of that, ladies and gentlemen. Every single bit of it. See, my econ is the solution. We attack the looming disaster with 2 systems. First system, financial strategies to increase cash flow. Minimize your taxes. Improve your credit, which means pay less on your bills, monthly expenditures. Eliminate your debt. Get these creditors out your pocket. Grow your investment assets. Take money, put it into an asset, and grow that. That total cash flow increase for every person is $1,000 to $5,000. You won't hear from them today. Some of them today, $1,000 more, $5,000 more, $4,000 more, $3,000 more because of the financial principle. Boom. And then we got the second tier. Build a MyEcon asset. In other words, build a business. The value of the MyEcon business is 10 times what the yearly income. That should be N-I-N-C-O-M instead of N-I-N. As they say, income, but it means income. You know what I mean. You know what it means. So if you got a business in MyEcon that pays you, for example, just $25,000 a year, that's worth every bit of at least $250,000 in your asset column. You got to be building. You got to be building. Building both. Don't build one. Don't say, oh, I just came to minimize my tax. I just came to fix my credit. No, do it all. Because you need your $1 million. You need your $2 million. Ain't nobody coming to fix it for you. My econ can't even fix it for you. You got to plug into my econ and put life into my econ as the vehicle to fix it. So I'll answer questions. I will open this up. Let me see where we at here. Let me open this. We'll answer questions if we got questions. My time is done. My training is over. I hope you learned something today. Turn back over to you, Alvin Curry, and I release the microphone for questions and answers.
Okay, you have already put it something. They can unmute.
Yep, they can unmute.
Okay, if anybody got a quick question, let's talk about it right quick before we get into the testimony. We've gone over a lot of stuff this morning between John and myself. We want to kind of show you got to understand the problem people have with this. The Bible says we're destroyed for a lack of vision. We don't even know what the problem is we're trying to solve. We think we're just trying to buy a house. We think we're just trying to fix our credit. We think we're just trying to do 1 or 2 things. We don't understand this big picture. And so God has given us here at MyEcon to help you with. Now, I know it's a lot right now already, but we're going to give you some people who have thought the same thing down through the years and who learned it and applied it. They can come all different walks of life. But if you have a question, simply unmute or raise your hand or do something, and we'll acknowledge you and we'll answer your question. I am here as well as Mr. Pettit. If you have a question, I need you to unmute, to raise your hand or do something. Okay, well, I guess our hearts and minds are clear. See here.
Hey, Mr. Curry.
Go ahead.
This is Terrence out of Philadelphia. I want to say great, information, definitely great call thus far. For myself, I just want to make a little testimony. I've truly been blessed. It's the last month or so, these calls were going on Saturdays. Some kind of way jumped on pretty much all of them. And just the education of that so far. So that alone to me, come on, you're not gonna get that for $39.95 a month plus all the other stuff we get. So I want to thank you, gentlemen, for real, and ladies and gentlemen. And Terrence Brenner out of Philadelphia under E. Washington's group. And just truly blessed to be here. And thanks for the information. So we're looking at those numbers on my back office and see what I need to get in that box to get that done, because currently 62. So I definitely need to look at that and have as many a perspective to move forward.
Okay.
Thanks again.
All right. Also, I see Virginia hand. Virginia, give me just a second. Okay. Also, ladies and gentlemen, text your team after they get on. They need to hear living testimony so they can understand that this ain't just what they thought they signed up. See, they thought 95 cents. I'll just get in and I'm gonna let y'all show me what y'all do for me. We can't do anything for you. But here's what you can do: is you can get in, and for your 95 cents, you can turn that around. So if you got opportunity to do this, please, 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 text your team right quick and let's get them on board. Okay? All right. If you're not speaking right now to me, please mute. Okay, Virginia, go ahead. Unmute. Let's talk. Virginia out of Ohio. You have your hand raised. I need you to speak. I see your mouth moving, but I can't hear you. Look at your phone, Virginia, see if your phone is muted or whatever, because I don't see it's not. Okay. Look at the question in chat. John, look at chat to see what a question is. For me, okay? Virginia, put your question in chat. I saw your volume's not working. Okay, I got that. Put your question in chat, Virginia. John, look at that. Let's get that right quick before we move on. All right. Anybody else got a question before while we get a Virginia question? Anybody else got a question? Anybody else got a question? All right. John, do you see her question in the chat?
Yeah, she just said she was contacting me, so she can contact me. So.
Okay. All right, no problem. Okay. Good. All right. Well, we're going to go ahead and move on. We're going to go ahead. Let me do this again. Let me lock this up so we can make sure we stay on point here, because I need you all to get this really, really in a big way. Now, okay. I want to thank everybody for getting on the call this morning. Mr. Curry, you going to come over real quick and just show your face. Mr. Curry is here this morning. So I wanted to introduce to some of you all. You can see if I get that thing. That's over Miss Curry there. This is Miss Curry. She is the CEO of the company, but she's also my bride of 45 years, mother of our children, and I always call her the serving mother. My she does all kinds of stuff for my country. Miss Curry, would you like to have a word or two right quick?
I just want to say hello and wish everyone a Merry Christmas and a prosperous 2024.
All right. Well, that is a blessing that the Spirit did. Say good morning this morning. So she is here with us this morning again. Thank you, dear, for coming over to just for a brief moment here. Some of them are saying hello back. We got them muted. You don't get a chance to say that a little later when we unmute you. Right now, we have to keep it locked. Okay. So what we're going to do, we're going to go into what I call living testimony. I met this gentleman here. Oh, I met him, I'm going to say roughly 27, 28 years ago. And I know this is true. See, we get taught, go to school, get good education, go to this. He had went in, did a full military career. He done a great job in his military career. He had did what he was supposed to do. And I believe at the time that I met him, he had already retired from the military. Great man of God, working in his church, working in his spirit, raising his family, doing everything that society told him to do. And then he met this mighty group. We were in a different company at the time, but when he came with us, he's one of those people that came all the way down through this thing with us. And today, I'm going to let him tell the story, but he is a truly living testimony. And Mr. Clarence Baylor is out of Augusta, Georgia, by way of Cleveland, Ohio. And so he has a great testimony with great friends. He's been here with us down through the years. So I'm going to introduce to you all Mr. Clarence Baylor out of Augusta, Georgia. Clarence, you're going to have to unmute again when I muted everybody and muted you back. So go ahead and unmute, and you got the floor, sir.
Well, good morning and congratulations to each and every one of you out there. What a
okay, I hear you. I'm going to shut off. I hear you. Okay, I'm on mute.
Yes. What a wonderful day it is. And as I said, congratulations to each and every one of you. What a blessing it is to be here. And thank you, Alvin, for the many years that we have worked together and build a business. And I tell you folks, when you listen to all these different presentations, you just got to take it in, do your thing, and pass it on to others. But one of the most important things is you got to believe in the Lord, because the Lord is going to help you do the things that you need to do in your life. Yes, I'm retired military. I am a young 77-year-old man and just loving it. Came in this building, in this particular business, with wonderful friends, built a business, paid off my house, got rid of my debt, increased my assets, increased my family, and just being a blessing. If that's what I want you all to do today, you're still young. Hey, I'm having a fantastic time myself, enjoying this retirement. I don't have to sit back and do anything, but just continue being a blessing to everyone that I meet. And so that's what I want you all to do. And as you build your life, be a blessing to others, because that's truly what this is all about. And as I look out there and see all these different happy faces and stuff, I want you to make sure you just keep doing what you're doing, but do not stop learning. Learning is important, because if you don't learn, you can't teach somebody else. Learning is a big factor for you. You got to be a teacher. You got to teach others those things that we are learning today. And that's what Mr. Alvin Curry and Ivan Stokes have done for many, many years. And so I just want to pass those blessings on to you. Anytime you can get rid of all your debt, build your assets, build your income, and build your My Econ business, that's a blessing. But we just need more of you, because today's youth do not understand They think they know everything, but they don't. That's why they need you to pass it on to them. I'm not going to stay with you long because we have many more testimonies to give, but I'm just glad that I was here today to just pass those blessings on to you. Just be who you can be and just continue blessing. Thank you, Jesus, for everything that you have allowed for me to have in my life. Many blessings to you. Amen. Thank you, Mr. Curry.
Thank you, Mr. Clarence. Thank you, sir. What a great testament here. This gentleman, again, I have known him for other times when one of the, it's been what, about 25 years at least, what, 97 or so?
Somewhere around 95, 96, something like that. Somewhere in that general area.
Yeah. Somewhere in that general area. So we've come a long way. And so he has put these principles into his life. And today, for many years now, not just today, but he has been able to live these principles today. So he is a gentleman that's living in step B. Let me ask you something, Clarence. Okay, in retirement, are you still able to fill your truck up every time you go to the gas station, or do you have any money worries in your retirement right now?
I don't have no money worries. I fill my truck up every day.
Okay, man. That is, you know, I always, you know, I ask those things. I kind of joke a little bit, say this because here's why. You know, one of the big things they talk about in the media all the time, they say, if the economy is doing this, I go to the gas station, I fill my car, and the price is this. How many get the price out when you are? But you still fill your truck up when you need it, right? I fill my car when I need it. I fill my when you go to the grocery store. When you go to the grocery store, you still buy the groceries you want to eat, right?
Amen. Amen.
These principles are working in Mr. Bailey's life, and not only his life, but understand many people are his age, and I know he knows this. I want to ask him this. Okay? But don't put no name out here. But you remember some people that were out there with us in the 19th, early 2000s that chose to go other ways, right? They chose not to come along with people. Today, they're not in the same position financially you are.
No, they're not. By no means.
They chose. See, remember I told them earlier, I said, now, there were people chose to go a different way on the vision.
Yes.
So then what happened? His clients chose to follow the vision. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I'm not saying this because I want to boast or brag. But you hear people talk about you are gonna go do it some other way. Ain't nothing wrong with that, but be sure to wait, like General Kelly. So you say, okay, I'm gonna go back and get some education. See, people immediately think that's okay. But when you join my e-com, come get this education and apply it to your life. Thank you, Clarence. You can go ahead and mix. So I appreciate you. And I thank you for your testimony today. We look forward to many of. Do you know I'm here in Augusta next week?
So right now?
I'm calling. I'm gonna be in Augusta next week. Did you know that?
Oh, okay. Okay. Well,
I thought when I'm down there.
Okay.
I thought when I'm down there, okay? I think it's not, but you know when I call it. Okay? Have a great day. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna move on down this road. I met this next person. Oh, I'm gonna say 15 years or so ago, and it turned out, he happened to be from Mississippi, you know, and stuff. And we just kind of struck it off, not necessarily because he was from Mississippi, but it just turned out that he was from Mississippi. And so we hit it off pretty good there. We went on and started talking, started doing things together. And I love the story he tells. You know, he worked in he was a guy, he worked in the plant. Okay, he left Mississippi because just like I did, wasn't nothing down there in Mississippi. We were like basically the same age. We left Mississippi similar to around the same time. He chose to go into Michigan and go to working in the plants and stuff like that. He raised his family. He did just like I have. I chose to go in the military. And then this gentleman chose to do it that way. And man, he has a great story. You all really need to hear his story. Because again, all these people doing what we were taught to do. Get a job, work hard. We're not talking about somebody that didn't want to go to work. This is my person y'all went to work every day for years to raise their family. I want to introduce to you all Mr. James Beck out of Omaha, Nebraska. Excuse me, Grand Rapids, Michigan, sorry. James, I apologize. Grand Rapids, Michigan. James Beck, are you there, sir?
Yes, sir, Mr. Curry, I'm here. Thank you for that.
I apologize, I'm mute, and I'm gonna let you have it.
All right, well, thank you for that great introduction. Again, I wonder who you was talking about for a minute, but yeah, like he said, we met somewhere between 10, 15 years ago. And when I was introduced to my econ, you know, I had moved to Grand Rapids from Mississippi, sort of a sharecropper. Couldn't find sturdy work there, so I decided to move to Grand Rapids, where I had relatives that had already relocated here. So, in my background was mostly automotive manufacturing. So, I ended up getting a job with a company called, they named it Diesel Technology, which was a spinoff of General Motors. So, I worked there for 29 years. Got married, raised my family, sent my kids to college. But when I met my econ, that's what really changed my life. Because I didn't know at the time about how to really handle finances. I didn't know how to make money and how to spend money. But once I got into my econ, I learned about finances. I learned how to use the strategies. I followed the blueprint that they had. I was able to pay off debt. I was able to invest money in the market. And the biggest thing, I was able to retire when I thought I would never be able to retire. I thought they was going to have to just put me out of the plan or take me out on a stretcher one day, because I didn't see retirement in the future. But when I got with my econ, the vision started getting clearer and clearer. And I could see myself getting closer and closer to that light at the end of the tunnel. And it was a blessing. God blessed me to be able to retire in 2019, which was a good thing, because at that time, I had been taking care of my brother, who was born with Down syndrome. We brought him back to Mississippi in '89 when my mom passed away, and my sister and I were like tag team taking care of him. So when she got sick and couldn't take care of him anymore, I had to take him. So I took care of him for 10 years, and God took it. On the 6th of November. But this has been a blessing.
Okay.
During the COVID, I was able to spend time taking him out of the school that he was in and keep him safe at home. I didn't have to worry about going to work or anything. So I think God just had it already planned for me, so he could give him some extra years. And you know, he was born with Down syndrome, and he lived for 67 years. So it was a blessing in itself. But my econ have really been the cornerstone of my financial life. There's things that I would like, but there's not things that I need. Everything that I need is being supplied. And I just thank God for the opportunity to have met the gentleman that introduced me to my econ, because when I sit down and look at what they do, what they have to offer, it was a no-brainer. And coming from a background of where I came from, it don't matter where you came from. It's more like where you're going. And I just worked. I saw the vision. I worked hard. I kept on pushing. And today, everything's good. I got my 401k, which I changed to an IRA. I got 2 brokerage accounts that I invest in, and God has just been good to me through my income. And it's not, you don't have to be somebody else and believe that you have to do what other people do. Just follow the blueprint that Maika has set out for you, and you can be successful yourself. So at this time, I'm going to turn it back over to Mr. Curry.
Mr. James, how you doing, sir?
All right, sir. All right.
Okay, that was great. Okay. Also, James, tell them about your children a little bit. You raised some wonderful children there in the midst of all this. We all have these lives. And what are your children doing these days? How are they doing?
Well, they're doing good. My son, he's been playing down in South America, playing basketball. But when they were small, we made sure we got them in with traveling teams, and people were saying, "Oh, that you don't take all that." We traveled all over the country, you know, we'll get them playing basketball. Well, they got them a free scholarship, 4-year college. My son and my daughter. My son is playing down in South America. He's home for the holiday, but he's headed back down there the day after Christmas to start playing again. And my daughter, she's looking for a job, a team down there too. So, you know, even though they went on a scholarship, there was still a lot of things that they needed. So I was able to support them with the cash to do the thing that the other thing that they needed that the scholarship didn't take care of. And I sit them down and talk to them about finances. I had my son even open up a little Robinhood account just to get him some training on it. So I've been showing them what you can do if you invest and just take a little out at a time and invest. It'll add up in the long run. So
Well, thank you, sir. What a great testimony. It's always a blessing. We have people that need to understand this. And the reason I think God brought you here is to talk about it. We have to take care of loved ones when they're in our lives. God has made us a blessing to be a blessing. And you were a big blessing to your brother, as well as in the same time you have to raise your family and do all of these things as you're doing that. And so being off work toward the end of this transition gave you an opportunity to be a blessing to him, as well as be there with him all along the field. You can go fill your truck up when you need it to, right?
Anytime I want. And sometimes
I groceries.
And sometimes the kids' truck too.
Okay. See, here's the reason I ask these guys is this. There's such a big issue about the inflation out here. Fear not the inflation. Fear not the recession. You work this plan. You ain't gonna get it overnight. But these people have worked this plan for years. You heard Clarence. I've known Clarence over 25 years. Known James now roughly 15 years or so. So James, thank you for that. You can go ahead and move short. All right. The next person we're gonna bring. Go ahead. Okay, go ahead.
I remember you talking about the covenant when you was talking about the company. Well, I made a covenant with God and my brother that I would take care of him as long as I was able to do so. I was never letting him go to a nursing home because he was always used to being around family, and I wanted to keep it that way. Well, God blessed me through my income to be financially able to do that.
Praise. There you go. Great job. Thank you, sir. Anybody else?
That's all right.
You can go ahead and do it. You can. Okay, thank you. All right. Now, ladies and gentlemen, this next person I met her husband before I met her. And she is just a jewel of a person. Her and her husband worked side by side for many, many years. I watched them build this business as well as other businesses. They've done just a great job. And her alma mater is down here in Atlanta playing today, but I think she's not down here in Atlanta with them. She is a Howard graduate. She's done a great job. She lives there in the Alexandria, Virginia area. So I want to bring on to you today, introduce to you, this lady is really doing it out here in her life. She's going to tell her story. Her name is Ms. Charmaine Joseph. She's an EVP Infinity out of the Virginia area right there in the Alexandria, Virginia area. I'm not sure exactly which bridge, Virginia area there where she lives, but she is doing a great job. Has been doing some things. I don't really want to tell her whole story because she's got such a unique story. Listen to her because she got a great story. Miss Charmaine, are you ready?
Yes, I am ready, Mr. Curry. How are you?
I introduce Miss Charmaine Joseph to the team today. Take it away, Charmaine. I see you.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Mr. Curry, for inviting me on. I am so excited. Guys, well, let me start. In the beginning, I'm originally from Houston, Texas, and I always wanted to have a business. And I read the paper, the section where most people don't get the paper anymore, but in the section they would have the stock section, but I would look at it, but I had no clue, no understanding. But I knew that I wanted to invest in the stock market and things of that nature. But as Mr. Curry mentioned, prior to my econ, I did not have a financial plan. Even though I went to school, to college, studied business, but I didn't have a plan. And when I met Mr. Stokes coming out of college, one thing he told me, he said, whatever you do, it's important that you own a business. And when I met my husband, Leon Gibbs, he had started a commercial logistical company. So as we built the company, that's the traditional business. But when we were introduced to my econ and the principles, we knew that we had to be business owners in a home-based business or a non-traditional business, because most traditional businesses, you have high overhead, such as rent, employees, insurances, those unexpected emergencies and things of that nature. But by having a home-based business in my econ and understanding the principles, we can do business all throughout the United States. So by being in my econ, it opened up my eyes on the importance of having an emergency fund, the importance of building a portfolio, the importance of getting out of debt, the importance of minimizing expenses, the importance of the asset accumulation, as we heard earlier through other testimonies. So by building my econ, it allowed me to minimize my taxes, minimize my expenses, and I'm just share this. I cut my cable bill over 4 years, about 3 or 4 years ago, and that's putting additional income back into my house, because by understanding what an asset is or what wealth is, guess what? It allowed me to change my paradigm. So as Mr. Curry stated, it's a process. It didn't happen overnight, but I understand that the difference between an asset and a liability. And oftentimes we see things and we have possession of things and think those are assets, but they're actually liabilities. So just a nugget. An asset puts money in your pocket, a liability takes money out of your pocket. Also, being a student of the business. So no matter what age you are, experience, or background you have, when you come in my econ, I would say become a student. Learn the plan, understand the process, and we have great mentors. We have excellent mentors. And also attend the training. I know many individuals you are out there on the training, continue to come to training. And also incorporating what we've done is, as Mr. Pettiford mentioned earlier, using the term cash, asset, cash. See, when you get cash, go out and build you some assets and allow those assets to build or create more cash for you. Also, I just want to say it's your fiduciary responsibility to drive revenue in your business. And I just want to say, hey, we are in the middle of a miracle. And my econ is a blessing. And also, I just want to mention, too, I was reading a story, Mr. Curry, you mentioned earlier, on Moses in the book of Exodus. And it's a powerful story, but one of the things that stood out to me was that God had already ordained him as a leader to lead the people out of Egypt. But Moses was a little hesitant. He was a little, shy and had doubt. But you know what? God told him he already had everything laid out for him. He just needed him to align with his plan, and he had everything laid out for Moses to carry out the plan that he had already ordained. And I just want to say, when it comes to financial freedom, literacy, education, the plan is already laid out. See, Mr. Stokes has a big embraced the vision, and it's already laid out. So we have the tools, we have the plan, we have everything in place for us to be financially successful in our lives. And through following the plan, it has allowed me to create multiple streams of income, and also to go out and help and be a blessing to other people. So there are many people out there that are waiting, that are looking for solutions, but we have to be the ones to go out and share the good news with them and help bless them. So, Mr. Curry, I have so much to say, but I know we have to keep moving with other people. But I want to thank you for allowing me to come on and share a piece of my testimony. And I would just want to encourage people out there, keep moving forward. And as you mentioned about gas, I'm going to share this with you. Back in the 90s, I had a 1984 Toyota Camry cassette player. And I used to listen to the tapes when we had training back then, and we had to listen to the cars. But as I was building, sometimes I would put 75 cents worth of gas in my car. And back then, gas was cheap. But I just want to say, it doesn't matter where you are, have a vision of where you want to go to. So I want to thank you, and I appreciate you inviting me on, and I'm going to turn it back over to you, Mr. Curry. Thank you so much.
Charmaine, let me ask you a question now. You had choices today. They down here, they playing their bowl in Atlanta, your alma mater, vice president is down here, and you chose to be here. Why do you choose this over following your alma mater like 40,000 other people that's going to pack the Mercedes-Benz today to be down here and use it? You try, it's liability. This is a liability. You create that. Talk about this just for a second, because you could have followed your alma mater too, couldn't you?
I sure could have. Yes, sir. Well, I think it's important. If I had gone, Mr. Curry, I would say I definitely would have been networking. I would have been prospecting. But it's imperative for me to continue to renew my mind, be accountable, and attend training. Because that helps me. I know I've been in the business for over 20 plus years, but I find it imperative that I continue to come to training and just participate.
And so you're still running both of your businesses today, right?
Yes, sir, I am.
Okay. So this is a young lady that has a traditional business. As she said, a logistical business. She runs that as well as she runs her My Econ business. And she has one of the largest teams in My Econ also, just so you know, it ain't just a little team. She got a major team, as she stated earlier. It's kind of spread all throughout the United States. And so she has done a great job in both of those arenas. And just, like I said, I happen to know her for all these years, and just a wonderful, wonderful leader and getting to know. So thank you, Charmaine, for your testimony today. What a great living example of what leadership looks like and choices you make. Because when you get to these choices, ladies and gentlemen, it's about your life. It's not about the people who are there. I asked this, and I already knew the answer. But here's the reason. Nothing wrong with coming to the game down here today, but that money, they're talking about what Atlanta talking about. They have a house in Florida A&M playing in Atlanta today. In Atlanta, all of the media, they talking about how much money it's making for the city. They don't give a crap about the schools where they are. I think the schools gonna make a little bit out because they're in the bowl. But the thousands of people who are coming to the game, who are gonna celebrate and create that wealth, they're not going to make any wealth for themselves. They have to start losing money. They probably won't spend this weekend $1,000, $1,500 before Christmas if they really don't have it. I'll put that on their other things. But they get to say, I was at the game, Vice President Kamala Harris was at the game, they can get to say that. But then they'll also say, I don't have money to do certain things. I want to thank you, Charmaine. What a great, great testimony here today. We're going to shift gears a little bit now. More than a testimony. I see people, and I sometimes ask, why? So they go, why would you do this thing? Because all of us got people out here that we meet, and sometimes we're intimidated by asking those people to do the business with us because it looks like everything is going wonderful in their lives. They may be our pastor, they may be our doctor, they may be our lawyer, they may be our coach, such a people. All that have success going on. And many times we ignore those people. You will hear me use something that I call your chicken list. I'm sure this lady was on a lot of people's chicken list at one time. They were afraid to call her. And then when they looked up and found out she was open to it, they're like, oh, dog, I missed. But boy, she has came aboard in my econ for the last I think it's been 3 years now. Because I think they came on right after the pandemic, if I'm not mistaken. And boy, she's done an awesome, awesome job. You all have heard her do a lot of motivational training for us. But I just want her today to give her testimony of why you would do my econ. Why my econ? So I want to ask Coach Madeline to come on today. It's going to be however she chooses to come. But I want to just get, why did she choose my econ? Because we hear her all the time on all the motivation stuff. We hear all the stuff she's doing in ministry. We hear all these things. But Coach Madeline, are you ready?
Yes, sir. I'm here, excited to be here. Can you hear me loud?
Ready? Okay. Let me just introduce it. Hey, ladies and gentlemen, I like to introduce because everybody don't know who this awesome lady of God is. This is Coach Madeline Alexander Barbie out of Houston, Texas. Before she got to my econ, she already had ministry. She was already a financial coach. She was already a power coach. She was already an ordained minister. I just learned all kinds of stuff about it every time I talk to her. She got big dogs, all kinds of stuff. Writing books and knowing everything. This is a powerful, powerful person in her own right. But she is brought into this mighty God covenant, and she's given great trust to this covenant. So I want to introduce you, Coach Madeline Alexander Barbie, to my econ family. Thank you for being on our call today. I'm gonna go ahead and cut my mic and mute up and thing off so nobody don't see me. They only see you. All right, you got it, Coach.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Curry. Thank you for the opportunity to share and to share a little bit about my background and my testimony and my why, like why I'm here at my econ. It's a powerful story and I'm excited to share it. I put just a couple of slides together just to keep me organized, keep my thoughts organized. And so I'm going to share my screen. And as I share this with you, so I can move and make sure that I stay on point as I'm sharing with you guys. So hopefully, let me know if you can see my screen okay. And if you can see those slides, I'm going to walk you through a little bit about who I am, a little bit about my testimony, and just what I've accomplished here at my econ. But my background, you guys know I am a professional speaker. I'm a coach, minister of the gospel, I'm a motivational speaker. I am an author. That's my primary calling, is to write. And so those are the things that I concentrate on doing, and I will always do that. That's my calling in the Lord. But my econ is such an integral part of what I'm doing now, and it will always be. I am my econ for life now, and I want to just share a little bit about my story and how I got here, and help you to understand, because now, like, it's amazing, like with my econ, helping people with their finances and even with the book that I wrote, Your 90-Day Financial Breakthrough, like those are things that I would have never envisioned for myself. I knew I was called to be in the ministry. I knew I was called as an author from a very young age, about 7 or 8 years old. But I would have never envisioned myself helping people with their finances and that sort of thing, because that was something that I didn't have knowledge in, and I struggled at different periods of my life. And so if you're that person that's like, I don't have financial background, I'm not a financial planner, I don't have that background. I don't understand some of the concepts. I want to tell you from me that you can learn it, you can conquer it, you can do it, and you're at the right place with the right people, with everything that we need for you to be successful. And I just have such an appreciation for you, Mr. Curry. Thank you for Mr. John Pettifer L. He's thrown so much knowledge into me. I appreciate you. Of course, our visionary and co-founder, Mr. Ivy Stokes, has just done just amazing things. And I'm going to show you how the story all comes together. And there's a powerful ending to the story, as I've shared with you. But coming up in school, I did very well in school. I did all the things that we were taught to do. Go to school, get a good job, get good grades. I did that. I graduated top of my class in high school, went on to college. I got a degree in business. I had the option of having an academic scholarship or a music scholarship. I played the flute. I was a National Achievement Scholar. I had opportunities to go to a multitude of different schools for music. And my dad was like, you need to get something that you can, take care of yourself, take care of your financial needs. So I changed my major at the last second, went into the School of Business, didn't know anything about that. I'm a creative, I'm an author, I'm a musician. And so I went into that, and it was just kind of like, okay, I worked hard. I graduated at the top of my class. I was number 12 in the School of Business. I graduated, but I just always felt uncomfortable. I went into corporate America, but it wasn't what I was called to do. So I just did it because we're all told to do it. We're told to go to school, get good grades, get a good job. So I did that. And I went into corporate, and I worked very, very hard. I had a 25-year corporate career. My last 14 years at Microsoft Corporation, I did everything that I was told to do, and I was successful in it because I'm a skilled person, I'm a hard worker. So I did that, but I never felt comfortable. I never felt in the right spot, and I just had a drive to go do something else. And so I went back to school, got my degree in church leadership in ministry. That was in 2003, and I finally stepped out of corporate America in 2008. I left corporate America. And I was kind of working on that left-hand side of the cash flow quadrant, right? Like I've been an employee, I've done that, but I was working 40 hours a week initially. But as I started to get promoted, I was working 50, 60. It got to 70 hours a week. I was a director at Microsoft. I was kind of like invited to the executive dance party. I was kind of in that. I was in that high potential program. My next stop would have been to be a general manager and then on to a VP, and it just was taking such a toll on my health. I was working so much and just throwing everything I could at that linear income, and it just was not working. And I was frustrated. I was tired. Like how they say you get sick and tired of being sick and tired. I was that. 6-figure income, stock options, bonuses. I was doing the thing, but inside, I felt like I was missing life. I was missing my family. I just like this is not what I want to do. And so I went back to school, got my degree, church leadership, ministry. I stepped out. I didn't want to go into full-time ministry as a pastor because I wanted to be hands-on with the people. So I left corporate America in 2008. I moved to Houston in 2007. And a lady kept telling me, you're going to move to Houston and all this. I was like, no, I want to be in Texas. I want to do that. But the Lord opened the door, and I moved to Texas. I came down here, and I started my own business. So I'm still on the left side of the cash flow quadrant, right? Like I went out of employment and I went into self-employment. So I'm working 70 hours a week. And then now I'm working around the clock, self-employed, right? And I left corporate in 2008. I bought my dream home. I moved down to Texas. I'd already paid off my home in Washington State. But when I relocated, I bought another home. So now I have a new home, and everything's set up really well. I saved, I did all the right things at Microsoft, I invested. I didn't understand the stock market, and when we hit the stock market crash of 2008, everything came down for me. Like the stock market crash, I had no idea what to do. I didn't know what to do. And I lost hundreds of thousands of dollars because of a lack of financial knowledge. Even though I was a strong 6-figure earner, all this stuff was going right, I didn't have any financial knowledge. And we had financial planners around us. The things that they were trying to get us to do were so aggressive and difficult. It was just like, I just felt like a person who doesn't know how to read. And like, just like literacy, like normal literacy, if you don't know how to read, there's a whole world shut off from you if you can't read books. Well, in financial literacy, if you don't understand financial issues, there's a whole world shut off from you because you don't understand the financial game plan. Well, I started looking for I knew there had to be a better way. I got connected with people who were in the network marketing industry. I started building I saw people who were successful, making way more money than I was making, enjoying their life, traveling, building teams, all this stuff, all this greatness. And so I began to see that, and I jumped into the network marketing industry and started working. You know, I was working in different projects, and I did well in every project that I worked. But I still didn't have any financial literacy. I still didn't have that part, right? I don't understand, and I'm still going through the challenges. I'm trying to recover from all that had happened in the Great Recession. That was very devastating for me. I went through that, and I was like, I don't know how I'm going to recover. How am I going to do it? But I kept doing what I was called to do. I was preaching, teaching. I was writing books. I wrote my first 2 books. There's people around you that are succeeding in the thing that they're called to, but they don't have financial literacy. They don't know how to get out of some of the challenges and drama that they're going through. And that was me. But I kept looking, and I was persistent. I kept going, you know. And so in my last project, LaVonda Thornton Bush and I got to be very close friends. And it was like, if I find the right thing, I'll let you know. If you find the right thing, you let me know. And that's how we did that. And she did that, you know. And that's how I was introduced ultimately to my econ at the end of 2020. And so you know, I'd kind of gone through all these different changes, and I was just really trying to fix the situation. But one of the things in the network marketing industry is people kept trying to talk me out of doing my calling. Like, if you stop writing, if you stop preaching, if you stop doing this, stop doing that, and just concentrate on networking, just concentrate on building your team. And it never set right. It was like, I cannot do that. This is what I'm called to do. I'm called of the Lord. I know what my calling is. So I always just felt like that, kind of an exploitive thing, and I couldn't be who I am. And so finally, fast forward, you know, we get to my econ, and it was like, I can do what I'm called to do. I knew immediately this was the right place. I knew this was the Lord. I knew that his hand was upon it. And so I'm thankful for the things that I've been able to accomplish. I want to show you a few things of what I've been able to do in the time that I've been here. And I want to share just quickly 3 key bullets, just keep me organized. Cash flow, I want to talk about my cash flow testimony. I want to talk about a culture testimony, and I want to talk about my cause. Why am I here? Why am I building? Why am I committed? Why am I my econ for life? If you're my econ for life, I want you to put that in the chat. You can just say, I'm my econ for life. I can tell you, you guys can't get rid of me. No way. So let me tell you my cash flow testimony, what I've accomplished. And this is somebody who went through a lot. I stopped investing in the stock market because of what I went through in the Great Recession. I had a conversation with Mr. Stokes about that. Like, I'm just skittish about it because it was a bad experience for me. And so I got in here and I started to learn the strategies. And in 3 years, I've cash flowed over $450,000 using the income shifting strategies. And this is from a person that's a creative, okay? I cash flowed over $450,000 using the strategies. I've increased my credit score by 100 points here. I paid off, now I told you, I paid off my house in Washington, and I bought another house. Came down here, bought my dream house, and as soon as I did that, the market crashed. So it was a real struggle. But now, since being in my econ, I've paid off over $65,000 of mortgage principal, the actual principal payments. And in that includes over $13,000 of accelerated mortgage principal. Now, those accelerated payments, like paying additional payments on the mortgage, I've paid 43 additional principal payments since being in my econ. 43, that's not the normal 36. Like, I paid, you know, in 3 years for 36 mortgage payments, but 43 additional principal payments, just paying the principal. And by doing that, I've eliminated $47,000 in interest I did not have to pay, and I will never have to pay. Okay, because those principal payments were made, so it wiped out $47,000 in interest that I would have had to pay in my mortgage, so I didn't have to do that, okay, which is fantastic. And so I'm on this accelerated mortgage payoff plan to pay off my dream home. I'm excited about that. I am now investing from all the different income streams. I had sat down with Mr. Ivy Stokes. We had a one-on-one. I told him what I went through in, going through the Great Recession. And I was like, I'm just skittish about doing it. And he taught me, and I started applying the principles. I started coming to all the training. I come to the Thursday night trainings. If you guys are plugged into the Thursday night fundamentals trainings, you need to do it. I started plugging into the Thursday night trainings. I changed my schedule around so I could be there and be with Mr. Curry and go through that training. I show up to all the Super Saturdays, unless I have a speaking event. And if I have a doubleheader, I do Super Saturday and then I go speak. And I started investing from all my income streams, which was something I was not doing. And my investments are doing phenomenally well. I now have 8 income streams. And so in the Word of God, I'm going to show you the scripture. It tells you to invest in 7 ventures, even 8. And so you do not know what disaster will come upon the land. Sow your seed in the morning and at evening, let your hands not be idle. Well, I've done that, okay? And I want to tell you, because of the Lord's blessing on my life and what He's called me to do, I am an author. That's one income stream. I get royalty income from books. I am a speaker, a motivational speaker. I do motivational speaking engagements. I am a coach and consultant. I earn coaching income, consulting income. I am a minister of the gospel, so I earn income. I'm blessed through my ministry, preaching the gospel. My econ, I have another team-based business that I still maintain, even though my econ is my focus. I don't even build that business anymore, but I still have residual income from that business that I built previously before coming to my econ. So I have that residual income coming, and then my investments. And so now I am at the biblical standard of 8 streams of income, which is incredibly powerful. That's amazing to me from what I've learned. I was able to build a team of 100 to hit EVP Infinity. I'm laser focused on going to CEO Infinity. I'm going to get that done. I'm working so that I can move forward. So that's my cash flow testimony, but that's just a part of the story. Okay, that's just a part of the story. Let me tell you this scripture, Ecclesiastes chapter 11, verses 2 and 6. And this has been a model for me. When I went through the Great Recession, I didn't have 8 streams of income. I didn't have any books. I didn't have any of that. I was just stepping out of corporate. I left the 6-figure income, stock options, bonuses, because I had to get out of that environment because it was taking such a toll on my health. So I had to rebuild. I just had to build everything from nothing. And I started doing that in 2008 when I left. September 30 was my last day in corporate America, and I had to build from nothing. And I built 8 streams of income. The Word of God says, invest in 7 ventures, yes, in 8. You do not know what disaster may come upon the land. It says, sow your seed in the morning, and at evening let your hands not be idle. For you do not know which will succeed, whether this or that, or whether both will do equally well. We don't know what's going to be the most successful. So keep your job, but build a business. I wish I could have done that. I wish I had done that. I could have, but I didn't know, and I didn't execute on these principles when I was at Microsoft. That would have been the right thing to do, but I didn't have that mindset. Okay, so keep your job, build your business, but build your business with all your might. Put your heart into it because it's going to change your life. Okay, it's going to change your life. So let me tell you a little bit about, that's my cash flow testimony. Let me tell you briefly my culture testimony. So as I told you, I built in the network marketing industry, and I've been blessed. I know that the principles were right, but some of the ways in which culture is built in some companies, it can be an exploitive culture. And I did not find that at my econ. My econ is a company that's built on the Word of God. It's built on the principles in the Word. We are servant leaders. Jesus said, if you want to be great, who can be great among you? It's the person that's the servant of all. And everybody here is a servant leader. Mr. Alvin Curry is teaching fundamentals training, still multi-millionaire. He's teaching because he's a servant leader. Mr. Ivy Stokes, Mr. Larry Gates. I can go through every leader. John Pettifer L., June Collier. All of these people are servant leaders. There's a culture of service here. There's a culture of caring for people, loving people. We are a family. This past May, I lost my mom. My mom passed away. And, I went home. I'm going to try to get through this. I went home and I heard from Mr. Curry. I got phone calls. I got text messages from people who cared about me. I heard from so many people in my econ family because they cared that I wasn't just here just to be the motivational speaker, just to minister to you. People care. I heard from Mr. Ivy Stokes. They called, text, made sure I was safe on the road, made sure I was okay getting home, made sure when I had to go to my mom's, services that I was all right. They cared about me as a person. And when you find that, you don't let that go. You do not let that go. My econ is a family. And I just want to publicly thank you, Mr. Curry, for your text, and you're just reaching out to me during a very difficult time when you lose your parents. So I thank you, and I want to thank all of my econ family, because there's a ton of you that don't even know me personally, but you reached out on Facebook. You reached out and you are genuinely concerned, and I thank you for that. I thank you. That's more important to me than even the financial testimony, is the fact that we're a family, we care about each other. And so thank you for the culture of my econ. This is a culture that exemplifies the principles in the Word of God that are taught by our Lord Jesus Christ. And that's what I have found here, is that this is not just something we say. These just aren't scriptures we throw out there. This is something we really do. And so I wanted to thank you publicly for your care and concern for me as a person. And I'm glad to be here. And even that Super Saturday, we had a Super Saturday. My mom passed on a Thursday, and we had a Super Saturday the following Saturday. And Mr. Curry reached out and he was like, "You don't have to do the Super Saturday. You really don't." And I said, I wouldn't miss that for the world, because this kept me sane. It kept me straight. My econ kept me right. And I was not going to miss that opportunity to be with my econ family. And so those couple days after my mom went to be with the Lord, I was here on a Super Saturday. And it was a blessing to me, not a burden. It was a blessing to be with my family. And then, I had to go, we laid my mom to rest and everything. But the culture is something you cannot get. You cannot find that anywhere. I built it. Health and wellness. I've done all kind of different industries, but the culture here is a whole different thing. That's a big part of my why. Mr. Curry asked me, why are you building here? Because we are really I'm all about the kingdom, and we're doing kingdom business here. We're doing kingdom. We are taking care of people. We care about people. We're not here to exploit you or do anything like that. We want to help you to conquer generational curses of debt and lack and insufficiency in your life, and to help you. We care about the whole person. We care about your family. We care about your marriages. We care about your children. We care about everything that's a part of your life. And that's true for every leader that's here at my econ. So I have one more item I want to talk to you about, and that's our cause. And I want to tell you about my cause here. This is out of Psalm 37, verses 23 and 24. And this scripture, it says, "The steps of a good man are ordered by the Lord, and he delights in his way. Though he fall, he shall not be utterly cast down, for the Lord upholds him with his hand." That's the New King James Version. Let me share it with you out of the New Living Translation. It says, "The Lord directs the steps of the godly. He delights in every detail of their lives. Though they stumble, they will never fall, for the Lord holds them by the hand." And I can testify that that is true absolutely for me. Now, I'm going to tell you something very special. We figured this out. Mr. Curry and I were having a conversation on the phone, and we were talking about when he and Mr. Stokes were up in Washington State. Well, I was in Washington State at the same time. I moved to Washington State in the late 80s. 1988, I moved to Washington State. And at my church, they were building a telecom, a business in the telecommunications industry. And there's a woman at my church, and she kept trying to get me to come to this presentation. She kept saying, "I want you to come to this presentation. I need you to hear about this business." But I was doing the thing in corporate, right? I was doing the corporate thing, and I was still in the mindset, like, go to school, get a good job, doing that. I was doing that. So I was like, no, I'm not gonna come. No. They even set up at our church, she was putting up all this stuff, and I was like, no, can you stay after? No, I'm not gonna do that. And I didn't go to that presentation. I didn't go to that. And I missed the opportunity in Washington State in the late 80s, early 90s to connect with Mr. Alvin Curry and Mr. Ivy Stokes. I missed the opportunity. Remember how we say poor, passing over opportunities repeatedly? Well, I passed over the opportunity in Washington State. The Lord moved me to a city I didn't even want to live in, Houston, Texas. He connected me. I moved down here. I started my business, and I had a rationale for what I was doing. He connected me. I did some things. I've been working in it. I was doing the thing. But I missed it. I missed it in Washington State. But the Lord hit that recalculate. In your car, when you miss an exit, you miss the exit. I missed the exit. I missed the exit out the corporate rat race. I missed the exit out of the 70-hour work week. I missed the exit. But God, in his sovereign and divine providence, moved me to the south, to Houston, Texas, connected me with this beautiful woman, LaVonda Thornton Bush, and we worked in a project. We're just doing our thing. And then one day she said, I want you to get on this webinar. I want you to meet the founders, I want you to meet. Well, first she invited me to Super Saturday. I came to Super Saturday. I was crying in the Super Saturday because I knew that God had divinely and through a divine appointment connected me with where I was supposed to be. So I got here. Though I had missed the opportunity, though I had fallen down during the Great Recession, though I had struggled and just skipped my knee and bumped my head trying to make it the world's way, even though I had done that, I was not utterly cast down. The Lord lifted up my hand and he got me to the people that I was originally supposed to be with back then, Mr. Alvin Curry and Mr. Ivy Stokes. He got me to them by orchestrating my steps. The steps of a righteous woman are ordered of the Lord. God ordered my path. He moved me to a new city. He moved me through these different businesses. And he finally got me here to my econ so that I could do what I was called to do before the foundations of the earth. He moved me here so I could do my calling. He moved me here. In 2012, the Lord spoke to me. I'm still going through the financial thing, right? 2012, the Lord gave me this. He said, your mission is to bring economic empowerment and financial recovery to 1 million families. Okay, not those. 1 million families nationwide, one family at a time, beginning with yours. That's what he told me. You're here to bring economic empowerment and financial recovery. And I'm like, Father, I just struggled through the Great Recession. I'm an author. I'm not a financial person, but he's like, no, this is what you're called to do. So I started teaching it. I started teaching on the wealth gap. I started teaching on economic empowerment, financial recovery. I started teaching and training and doing all this through all my little projects. I got here and I found out that our mission is to create 1 million millionaires. I was asking the Lord, like, how can I help 1 million people? How am I going to do that? Well, I'm not told to do it by myself. So he connected me with the original people with a plan and a purpose that said, this is what you're divinely called to do. I want to tell you, if you're here, you're not here by accident. If you're here, you're not here by random. You're not here just because somebody invited you. I'm excited to be at EVP Infinity, but I'm going to build a way bigger team. I'm not here just because, I just happened to bump into a presentation. And no, this is a divine appointment. And if you're here under the sound of my voice, you have a divine appointment to be here. I'm here because the Lord saw fit to get me to what I have passed up. And he said, I'm going to connect you with the right people so we can change your whole financial future. And then you are going to go help get that 1 million millionaires. You're going to go help get them. If you're one in a million, I want you to shout out in the chat, I'm 1 in a million. The Lord said, I'm going to use you. And that's why I'm here. And oftentimes we see successful people. Oftentimes we see people that are doing well, in the different things that they're doing. We see people that are succeeding in in their areas of life. And we think like, they're not going to listen to me. They're not going to listen to what I'm saying. They're not going to do it. And that's not true. That is not true. They will listen to you. Okay. They will listen. They will listen to your testimony. They will. Don't look past the people that are the 6-figure income earners. Don't look past the people that you think are big balling. Don't look past the people. You don't know what private struggle they are going through and that they need a solution. And so what I missed back in the 80s and early 90s, I am here, got here in 2020, late to the party, but I'm here and I'm going to build this thing and we're going to go all out and we're going to create 1 million millionaires. I am sold out to the vision. I am called for such a time as this. I am here. We're going to do this thing. Let's go make it happen. Love you guys, my econ family. Back to you, Mr. Curry. That's my testimony. And my why. I missed it, but the Lord recalculated, and I'm here.
Wow. Everybody, I am 1 in a million. Coach. What a job. I just love that. Much of what you said, of course, like I said, we've talked all the time. You told me some of these things. I thought everybody just needs to hear that. So for all of our family members out here, many of you are new. All of this is being recorded. And what happens is it's going to be edited. And sometimes probably now we got Christmas and all that coming up. We got to work through all that. But this will be posted so that you can go back and use it, because many of you are gonna wanna take this testimony and hear it again as you get your courage to go talk to your pastor, as you get your courage to go talk to people in your circle who are already, I mean, think about it. Everything the corporate manager said you were supposed to do, she ain't done it. So it still wasn't where she felt God was leading her to be. And all of the success of Microsoft, all of the success, everything she put her hand to, it was blessed. So she could have easily say, okay, this is where I'm at, I'm here, God bless. Everything she put her hand to. Yet, it still wasn't what she was supposed to do. She is here now at the Micron family. And ladies and gentlemen, she gives us all this great motivation and all this. But I believe with all of my heart, that she and I talk, she gains because she also is a student. She sits every Thursday night. And I hope this don't sound bad, but she sits at the feet learning every Thursday night. That I want to learn what she knows, Mr. Curry. She knows what she knows. But there's some things that a little guy like that encourages that she don't know. But she teaches me, so when she speaks, I sit at her feet. I glean from her. I'm always just, every time she's speaking, I'm always there taking notes, writing down her scriptures. So I can go back and clean it back. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a super package. Please make sure you understand. We're talking about God and blessing. He ain't gonna bless us. We already blessed. We're blessed to be a blessing. Thank you, those now. All right, we're going to move on. And I have another person here that I also asked to do something very similar, because when I met him, really, I would say he had no reason to really do my econ in terms of if you just say income line. You really have no reason to do my econ. Because people think you got to be broke to do my econ. People think you got to be at the bottom of it. No, that's not true. Really, we are much better with people who have money, who do everything, and try to go to the next level. We're better with people who say, I want to be a millionaire. Now, it doesn't matter how you are when you come here. If you want to be a millionaire, if you come in dead broke, if you follow this recipe, you will get there. Follow the recipe. But don't overlook people who have other things going on in their life. So I want to introduce to the Micron family today. Many of you don't know this gentleman, but he's been with us now almost 15 years also. And when I met him, he had been in the financial service industry, built his own company for at that time almost 20 years. So I'd like to introduce to the Micron family today, Mr. Strozay Hill, EVP Intendant out of Greensboro, North Carolina. Mr. Hill, are you ready, sir?
I'm always ready. How you doing?
I see I'm gonna block it out. I'm gonna go so you can take it over. And I'm gonna interrupt.
All right. Well, real quick, Coach, don't you go anywhere because I got you working with me today. I got some scripture that's going to pop up on my slides, and I hope that you will go ahead and do your thing, and you'll see it. When you see it, you do it. All right. So don't go anywhere. All right. We're going to show you how business partners work together. Okay. And as Mr. Curry said, my name is Strozay Hill, and I'm going to pull up the slides here. We're going to have some fun here real quick. I'm going to attempt to show you guys why you should not have enough people, like Mr. Curry said, that are already in business for themselves. Just because they're in business for themselves, just like Coach said, there's a lot of things that people may not know when it comes to how to handle their finances. Making money is easy. Keeping it is an entirely different subject. And I would like to thank John Penfidel for doing let me tell you something, folks, what an awesome job breaking it down, make it simple. Anybody that don't get it after that, just pray, okay? Just pray, because you can't make it any better than that. So let's go ahead and get into it. And as I go through this, I will tell you a little bit about myself. Again, Strozay Hill, I'm originally from New York, went to school in North Carolina, A&T State University, and majored in architecture, engineering, and construction management. Also filled a military obligation. I was company commander during Desert Storm, training people to go to war. And of course, during that same time, I was also running my own business. Of course, after the conflict was over and retiring, I was able to actually run my business full time, and that's what I've been doing, having the ball. And I tell people every day, I don't go to work. People say, "You going to work?" I said, "No, I'm going to my office." Work is something you do when you'd rather be doing something else. I've been blessed to do something I love, and I don't see it as work. It's just what I do. So I'm with you, Coach, and I know exactly how you feel. So, Too Smart University, the two stands for the two companies work together. We're going to be talking about that real quick. The Let's See Financial Group, which is my financial firm, and of course my econ, which is the whole platform today, is talking about. SMART stands for saving money, always requires training. And that's what it's all about, folks, getting training. We take an educational approach. That's why we are a university, all right? Group of people come together to get educated. Coach, jump into this.
Amos 3:3 says, "Can two walk together except they be agreed?"
You see, the coach and I, we're in agreement. We know how to work together. My econ and Let's See, we're in agreement. We know how to work together. Okay, we're here to help people understand what their goal is. Now, when you're talking from a business to business point of view, all of us know that your number one job is prospect. We're constantly looking for people who want better out of life than being average and ordinary. So we want to share the good news. Have y'all not heard good news today? That's all I've heard is good news. Mr. Clarence, I mean, just think about it. He said something that was so profound. He said, "You can't teach what you don't know." You know, so he made it clear. These are things that are so important. You got Mr. James. James, he took care. You know, the Bible talks about taking care of your brother. He took care of his brother. He didn't let him go into a home. These are things that people can do when they plan to put themselves in a position to do that. And of course, my good friend Charmaine, I know her story. See, there are people that have successful businesses and still understand I need to be with something where people are talking about how to invest, how to stay debt free, how to have perfect credit, and share that with other people because their traditional business may not be as duplicatable as what we do here in my econ. So, folks, you got to understand what this is all about. Don't get it twisted. We're here to share the good news. This is a picture from one of our Cashflow conferences right before COVID. We had close to 200 people there, folks. We have financial professionals. Now, when you talk about financial professionals, the real ones, they usually have licenses. They're in a regulated environment. Then you have real estate and tax professionals. They have regulations also that they must follow. Then you have professional networkers. You see, we found out in the networking arena, they make money, but they don't have a platform in order to teach people how to take that money and let it make more money. Like John Pepper said, you get some cash, put it in an asset that makes you some more cash every week. So that's what it's all about. So let's take a look at another scripture, folks, that I think is so powerful.
All right, Deuteronomy 8:18 says, "But thou shalt remember the Lord thy God, for it is he that giveth thee power to get wealth, that he may establish his covenant, which he swore unto thy fathers, as it is this day."
See, Coach, we all got the power to get wealth.
Yes, we do.
We got that power. But see, like Clarence said, you can't teach what you don't know. So we have to make financial literacy as part of what we do. So what we do, folks, is very simple. We want to make sure that you understand that there is a platform here for you, and we're going to show you how to do that. Now, there's a couple of things you need to know. You see, we're going to take and make sure you understand, one, that this is a numbers business. Now, there's some skills that I think are important for you to understand. Write this down. You need to collapse time frames. You can't take, we're not going to take 40 years for an 11-day journey. I'm not going to be in the desert for 40 years when somebody says, you know, we can cross this thing in 11 days. Sign me up for the 11-day journey. All right? And let's get this over with. All right? You got to be consistent. You can't do something once and don't do it anymore. Be consistent. Keep doing it over and over. After a while, it gets easier and easier. You don't even realize you're doing it. You got to embrace repetition. There's certain things you got to do over and over and over again, and you got to be smiling about it. You know, repetition is how you duplicate yourself, which is the last point. Understanding duplication. If what you're doing can't be duplicated, you're the only one that's going to be doing it. I'm telling you, there's not enough time in a day for you to reach great heights, and you're the only one that can do it. So we got to share the wealth. So we understand we're in the numbers business. The numbers we're taught here in my econ 10-4-1. If you're talking to people prospecting personally, you got to talk 10-4 will say, yeah, that's for me. And 1 will actually do something. And if you're doing it online, folks, if you're using social media, the numbers are bigger. You know, you need to reach out to 1,000 people for 100 to get their attention for 10 to say, I'm in. It doesn't change. You see, you can't beat the numbers, but the numbers can't beat you. So you got to understand something. Both of our businesses, all of them, they're the same. We got to prospect. Now, how do you prospect? When you come in my econ, you need to make a name list. To me, it makes absolutely no sense. Yes, I'm going to promote myself all over the world. I know people on my left, my right, right around in my neighborhood. Why would I not say something to them? You know, to get started, make a list. You can go out. If you're in business, we meet other business people out in the public groups. If you have people in business, we're going to help them out. We do presentations on Zoom platforms, you know, to help people. They can be anywhere, all over the United States. We help people one-on-one. We help them make calls. We talk for them and all those types of things. And then we utilize the power of social media. We post ourselves, our business, what we're doing, so we can attract people. They say, man, something's different about that young lady right there. Something's different about that guy. Well, so we say, what buttons do you push? It's real simple. You push all of the daggone buttons. All of them work. You know, this ideology, I'm just going to do this and get the other now. No. Push all the buttons. All right? And this is how we build that mindset. So let's take a look closer, folks, why this is important. You see, why do we want to prospect professionals? Well, they could assist associates with needed services after being educated. There's nothing like working with an educated person. Otherwise, if they don't put forth the effort to get educated, then you basically a salesperson. Then it takes somebody else to come along and sell them something else. But if they get educated, like Coach Matthew said, I ain't going anywhere. They're educating me. Why would she go anywhere else? Because this is where it happens. They could possibly help our organization grow by bringing their client base. These folks have networks too of people that they help. All right. Why would you not want them to get the education that they can get here in my econ? Leveraging the right professionals could increase the perception, the perception value of your business. You know, if you have a business and you got the lawyers, the doctors, you know, the professional people, it just helps uplift that this is for real. Because those kind of people probably wouldn't hang out with you if it was some mess. Okay? So keep that in mind. So let's take a look at some more powerful scripture here. Now listen carefully, folks, because this is what we do.
Amen. Let's look at Proverbs chapter 3, verse 27. Do not withhold good from those to whom it is due, when it is in your power to act. And Galatians 6:10 says, therefore, as we have opportunity, let us do good to all people, especially to those who belong to the family of believers.
Well, Coach, thank you for that. Let me tell you something, folks. You think about what you're hearing today. You can hear a collaboration of people coming together, giving you the information you need to change your life. So, why? Let's talk about it. All right, what do professionals want? You see, when you look at the products and services that we have, professionals, they can use the cash flow strategist, cash flow manager. How about your real estate people and your tax professional? All those things you see. My credit system. You know how many people can't qualify for home because their credit is jacked? Well, we got a solution for that. The cash flow manager, teaching them people how to budget and have an electronic system where you can put in the information, tells you what's going on at the touch of a button, you can know where you stand. Identity. You know, you got to protect your identity, folks. And guess what? The business membership. If I'm a tax preparer and I'm seeing people getting large refunds or not getting any at all, I'm going to introduce them to a business. And it has to be a duplicatable business. I can't show people how to open a bowling alleys. All right, I can't show you how to start daycare centers and be in compliance. But I can show them how to get on the internet in 5 minutes with their name, address, and telephone number, and a credit card that works in business, just like that. And how about professional networkers? We already know what they're lacking. They make money, but they don't have a way to keep up with it. They don't have a way. And they're introduced to things called chargebacks. Now, if you don't know what that is, don't worry about it. It just means somebody paid you and then something happened. You got to get that money back. It's not a good deal. And they know what it is. My econ doesn't have any chargebacks. So folks, these are reasons to talk to these kind of people. All right. Now, why did I get involved as a financial professional in business? Well, first of all, folks, I'm gonna tell you something. You know, I was actually minding my business, and one of my sergeant friends, he asked me over to the armory to take a look at something. And I told him I didn't have time for that. Man, I don't have time for that. He said, but sir, if you come over, there's this program, I can't figure it out. And I just need some help. He just kept asking, so I went over there. Folks, when I went over there, I saw the Cashflow strategy. That's all I saw. And I'm sitting there like this. Now, keep in mind, you may not understand my industry. I'm paying $400 a month for a system to do that information. And then I'm looking at this, and he's telling me it comes with being a member of my econ. And I was like, oh, snap. So he said, you can take a look at it further. So he gave me his address. And when I went back to my office, I opened it up, Coach. Guess what? All I saw was this my econ stuff. I saw all these, bullshit with, low stuff like that. I'm like, dude, I'm not in that. I just want to see that financial stuff you showed me. He said, well, sir, that's in my back office. I said, what do you mean your back office? He said, well, you got to have password. I said, you better get me in your back office, because that's what I want to see. I don't want to see all this other stuff. And folks, once I saw that, I said to myself, if there's a program like this available that can help people understand the roadmap of what it's going to take to get them, I would be foolish to let this go by. So folks, I jumped in, and I tell you, that's how we joined together. So my financial firm, if you look to the left, we do everything. We're licensed. I got every license there is. Okay? So when we talk about income protection, we make sure people understand. Now make sure you understand. We make sure our associates who get involved understand why that's important. And notice what it said. The Legacy Financial Group is the unofficial, official financial firm for my account associates. Y'all get that right. That's correct. All right? Cash flow management. Folks, we got the tools to do that. So when I see clients have a problem of understanding what's coming in and going out, problem solved. We got to put them in mind. I put people in the business, don't even mention the word my account. I say, hey, we need a system, we got it. If this is not a problem, let's get you signed up and get in business. Annuities, rollovers. I heard someone mention that. I do that every day. Millions of dollars of rollovers. All right, asset protection. You see it all right there. But you see the things highlighted on the right-hand side of my econ, folks. These are things that gave us the ability to help people in better ways to prepare them to do the things that are necessary. So I understand that totally. So we work for the client. So now, I'm also, just like I'm an author, I've written a book called Living in the Overflow, Following God's Principles of Prosperity. And I teach in our firm, in our organization, to give the best live. Okay, we believe in giving a tip, investing a tip, and living off the 80. See, folks, I can pretty much guarantee a person, if you handle your money coming in like that, give, invest, and live, you will never learn how to spend 100% of your money. And I go into that. That book is due out at the beginning of the year. So, folks, I'm excited about that. Now, let's take a look at Proverbs 15:20. Now, listen carefully.
All right, without counsel, purposes are disappointed, but in the multitude of counselors, they are established.
Folks, did y'all hear all the counselors we had today that's speaking into you? Starting with our leader, Alvin Curry, John Pettifidel, you had Clarence, you had James, you had Camille, you have Coach Matlin. Guess what? You are amongst the counselors, and we're all going in the same direction. It's about you. The question is, what are you going to do? Like John Pettiford says all the time, I have to check you out. No, we got to check you out. Okay, we know what we're doing. We know where we're going. So we have a program inside of the organization, My Econ. Folks, we have many things. Cash flow managers, calculators. You saw John Pettiford use that. We have ways to stay in touch with all the people, but there's one in particular, the cash flow strategist. See, that's my baby right there, because cash flow strategist is the roadmap to where you are. Now, listen to this.
Absolutely. Luke 14:28-30. Suppose one of you wants to build a tower. Won't you first sit down and estimate the cost to see if you have enough money to complete it. But if you lay the foundation and are not able to finish it, everyone who sees it will ridicule you, saying this person began to build and wasn't able to finish it.
Lord have mercy. Let me tell you something. And when it's in red, what does it mean, y'all?
That's the Lord Jesus' words. That's a parable.
Teaching the people. You are amongst good counsel, folks. That's why I've been here as long as I have, because I know I'm with the right people. So the cash flow strategist is going to ask you information. It's the roadmap to your financial future. See, here's the problem. People spend more time planning their vacation with money they don't have to have fun and come back and be broke. But they will put off sitting down and making sure that their financial house is in order, because deep down inside they know it's going to require some changes in discipline. That's why they don't want to do it. I tell people, I know why they don't get involved when they don't, because we're not sexy, okay? But we're necessary and we're right. So we're looking for people who are looking for us. See, folks, when you put in all your information, what are your goals? Okay, what do you expect to have in retirement? John Piper went over all how much money you need, folks. Who are we fooling? Americans. Americans, they're broke. They're living paycheck to paycheck, paycheck to paycheck. What do? We have the solution. Yes, you're going to have to change. Yes, you're going to have to discipline yourself. Yes, you've already had your fun. Now it's time to go to work and be able to enjoy what we call retirement. That means living off your investments without you having to work. So, folks, when we put all that together, it spits out a report. We make sure that our clients, they can get, we call it the future needs analysis, but it's done through the cash flow strategies. Here's your roadmap. Now, notice what it says. Everybody needs one of these. See, we educate our clients and give them an opportunity to become an associate, or we recruit associates and give them an opportunity to become a client. Either way works. They both work. All right? So we just want to make sure that people that get involved with us make sure they have their house in order. They can be the light for what others need to do. Otherwise, I believe people are hypocrites. So, again, why? Why should you want to be part of financial education coverage? Folks, the educational platform, look how much we do to make sure you understand the income shifting strategies. Folks, you got to, if you keep hearing them, eventually, if you're not doing it, you're going to start doing it. You know, my mom used to tell me when I was growing up, hang out with them bad boys, you're going to end up in trouble like them. Well, can that work on a positive note? Hang out with those wealthy people that's giving you good counsel and leading you the right direction, you're going to end up like them. Most definitely. It works either way. The ability to add leverage income, residual income in your business practice, folks, that's why people should be involved with us. Okay? That's why. So what do? We teach in our firm the PCP, Personal Cash Flow Plan. Now, the Personal Cash Flow Plan is our detailed plan on how to apply discretionary cash flow to your finances each month to attain personal financial success. Now, I'm going to go through this very quickly, but I want those that are looking at this for the first time to ask yourself, when I finish, are you doing this? Because if you're not, I can predict your financial future. That's how important this is. Okay, so number one, it says to acquire as much cash flow as possible. That means you might need to make some adjustments here and there. We teach you how to do that. All right, you set up a beginner's emergency fund. That's $3,000 to $5,000. You shall not act like you arrived and you got it going on if you don't have $3,000 to $5,000 put away immediately in case something was happening that can set you back. Number three, you begin investing in your retirement. All of the ones you see here, you need to be learning about them. Nothing. I don't know what to do. You can be putting the right amount of money in 401k, but be not properly allocated, and you still want to achieve your goal. So that's why you need to seek wise counsel. Step 4, debt elimination. If you don't have a plan to get out of debt, ladies and gentlemen, obviously you plan to stay in it. Everyone here should know that DFD. That's your debt freedom day. So when people give me that, oh, this is not offensive, great, you obviously must know your DFD. Then they're looking at me like the deer stare. Then we know what that is. What's your debt freedom day? What day do you know you'll be totally debt free? If you don't know, you'll probably never be. Step 5, retirement and investments. All right, you're supposed to understand that after you're doing these things, you now can invest more money. Max that bad boy out. You can't save too much money. You can spend too much money, but you can't invest too much money. It's all about preparing. 6, build a full emergency fund. Folks, if you don't have at least 6 to 12 months put aside, again, don't act like you arrived. You are an accident waiting to happen. I don't have to wait till something happens for me to be proven right. Get 6 to 12 and ask yourself, how would you feel if something happened you could survive a whole year without messing up your credit, missing a bill? See, folks, that's called attitude money. When you have it, you have a better attitude. When you don't have money, your attitude is jacked. Okay, you can play it off all you want. Number 7, you don't own, you need to own a home, buy something that you own that builds up equity. You got one, pay that bad boy off. And step 8, you need to build your investment portfolio over and above retirement. You heard our coach, Bill Burns, when she got them 8 cylinders working. They just working like an engine in a truck. See, you got to ask, how many cylinders do you have working? See, hang around the right kind of people, and these types of things will happen to you. Now, notice what it says right here, ladies and gentlemen. You see, the bottom line, whoops, let me go back, Coach, don't start yet. All right, I was trying to make it where I could read. But anyway, the bottom line is the company realizes that they're limited to some degree of the things they can do. There are a lot of things you need to do. Folks, you need to understand life insurance, health insurance, disability, long-term care, other financial needs. These are products and services by law require a person to have a license to talk about or make sure you understand. All right? So we believe that there are many competent, qualified financial professionals. All right, you should choose a financial professional to help you with the rest of your financial needs. So that is why we came up with a step 9, Consider protecting steps 1 through 8. All right, your most valuable asset is your ability to make money. Let me tell you something, folks. If something happens to that, you're out of there. Unless your name is Michael Jackson, Elvis Presley, Bob Marley, Biggie, Tupac, Whitney Houston, Marilyn Monroe, these people are deceased but still making money. But when the average person dies, their ability to make income, guess what? Dies with it. And then goes the assets because they're not protected. They didn't plan to protect the assets. They left you a house that still has a mortgage that could be taken by somebody else who has more money than you have. I don't know what kind of plan that is, but that's the kind of plan most people have. But no, step 9 is not a written money concept, and it's used for training purposes only. So if you go in your back office and look at your manual, you won't see step 9, but we use it for training purposes only, okay? So attend one of our investment education webinars. The next one is January 27th, and all you have to do is go to that link right there and register. You can register now. If your name is on the list, they send you out a blast when that bad boy get ready to happen. So keep that in mind. So let's take a look at, now this, I love this. 1 Timothy 5:8. Check this out. Now listen carefully, folks.
Listen. Anyone who does not provide for their relatives, and especially for their own household, has denied the faith and is worse than an unbeliever.
What? Who? Did you say anyone? Anyone. See, folks, if you really take this seriously, you got to understand this text. See, nobody wants to talk about life insurance, but everybody looks for it when something happens. That's not the time to get educated. You see over here, Morgan's husband, Aaron, he passed away unexpectedly. All right? She was left with a mortgage payment that she couldn't afford and would have lost the home. And thank God, as one of my associates say, she wasn't stuck on stupid because she knew I need to prepare. So let's quickly talk about income protection. What are you trying to protect? What products do you use? Well, there's basically 2 products. One is called term. It has many names. Annual renewable term, decreasing term, level premium term. If it's highlighted, that's probably the one I use with my product. And return to premium term. That just means it lasts for certain terms, 10 years, 15 years, 20 years, 30 years. After those years gone, it's gone. No more protection, okay? But it was necessary for that time because it's the least expensive because it doesn't have a lot of other things attached. Now, there's another one called cash value. It has many names. Whole life, because most people are used to paying for their whole life. Variable life, that means it's funded by an investment in the market. Universal life, You can control the premiums and the face amount. Variable universal, controlled by the market. And one that I explained to my class for IUL, Index Universal Life. Now, over the last couple of years, they have introduced these riders, which is a game changer. So I'm boldly telling you, if you have an old program without these programs, you need to give us a call. Because you got critical illness, chronic illness, terminal illness. If you were told you have 1 to 2 years to live, you can get up to 50% of the face amount of your policy while you're alive. And then upon your demise, the rest goes to your family. If you have a critical illness, heart attack, stroke, renal failure, all the cancer, organ transplant, you can get the money from the insurance company, folks, to still be alive and continue living. So you have an asset now that you have access to, money that you didn't have because you don't have the money right now. So you are renting somebody else's cash until you get your own. When understood properly, you know why you need to do this up front, unless you know the day you're going to die. Okay, and nobody never wants to take me up on that when I ask the day you're going to die. All right? Chronic illness. If you can't do 2 of these active daily living, eating, dressing, bathing, toileting, continence, transfer, you can access the insurance company's money to pay for those things while you still can live for the rest of your life. So, folks, why would a person not have that knowing that it exists? You got to make time to get your financial house flow. And of course, if you don't have a will, you have a won't. Here's what won't happen for your family because you didn't leave instructions. People are fighting. Mama said I can do this, that, and the other. Unacceptable. So we have access to that through our ID Defender. It comes with legal freedom and discounted legal protection with the Legal Club of America. Why would anybody in our business not have that? Okay? So, folks, that's what we do. We get you squared away. All right? Real quick with the permanent, because there's a lot of chatter, man. People don't understand this IUL. Just look at it. I'll just mention some of the things. The IUL, it says, Index Universal Life Insurance are relatively new policies that provide a guaranteed benefit, earning potential tied to an equity index, and flexible premium payments allow cash value buildup. Why would I want to do that? Because you see right here, no contribution limit, no 59.5 rule. That means if you had to take money out before that age, you're not penalized like all of your other retirement plans. Minimum fees, the structure, tax-free retirement income. When you start taking income, that's tax-free. This, I would put this up against a 401k any day. No age restriction. Start the kids out when they're young. They'll be millionaires, tax-free money. No stock market risk. Your money's not in the market. So what happened in 07 and 08 would not have happened with your money. So we safeguard it. It has principal protection. Money grows tax-free, market-like returns, no age restriction. Death benefits that I just mentioned. If you need the money, you can get it now while you're alive. Penalty-free access. And income doesn't affect your Social Security or your Medicare. So if you're starting out at a certain age, you know, making too much money, that's not taking part of your money, not with this part. So there's a lot of things to take a look at, folks. And there's only one drawback that I tell people just to bring up. You got to qualify for protection. You got to be healthy enough to qualify. See, when y'all seeing all those advertisements on TikTok, they forget to leave that out. They're going to check your health out, but we won't give it to somebody that you think has got about a year to live. That makes sense. So, in closing, I want you to know, bet on living. You got to maximize that nest egg with investment education. And that's what's so important. Now, Coach, you're going to like this because I heard you talking about all this. You got to unmute.
This is one of my favorite scriptures, Ecclesiastes chapter 11, verse 2. It says, invest in 7 ventures, yes, in 8. You do not know what disaster may come upon the land.
Well, I tell you, see, Coach, I remember the first time I read this, and I just fell out. I said, everything that we need to do from a financial standpoint, it's in the Word. It's in the Word.
It's in the Word.
That's right. But for some reason, I just didn't hear a lot of that preached for the pulpit. I heard a lot of other stuff. Was like, down here on earth, we need some MONEY. And show me how to do that. So, folks, that's what we do. So when we talk about sources of retirement income, those many ways, look, folks, these are things that wealthy people have. They have pensions. They maybe get money from Social Security, dividends off their investments, interest off their investments, rental properties. They have annuities that guarantee principal protection, life insurance, in case something happens prematurely before you get to your estimated goal. Capital gains is made off of your investments, folks. Appreciation. You have residual income and royalties. You might have, like Coach said, she gets royalties off of her book sales. Folks, if you made a song and did well, people still buying it. You know, you get royalties. These are all the ways that you and I should have been taught about making money. They taught you one way. We'll trade some time for some daggone money. And my question is, how does that work? How does that work? Okay, most people I know, it's not. So, folks, in conclusion, we have set ourselves up just like you going back to school. Okay, every Thursday we train on one or two topics that we do in the My Econ platform. Okay, we make sure in much time we would have covered everything, and then we what? Repeat, because it's a duplicatable system. So we know when we have our VPNs, when we actually talk to people, give them an introduction. We know that if you look to the weekend training, first Saturday trainings, we do our own. Been doing. We were doing it before the company started doing it. And our third Saturday training, which was what we're on now, we're doing. So, folks, let me tell you something. If you can make it to our investor webinars, make it happen. If you go ahead and register now, your name is on the list, and every time we have one, we'll send you out a blast. You know when we're doing it. But we cover the things that most people don't know about their money. Okay. And then if you have an interest, then you can meet with us one-on-one, and then we can go into detail. All right. So the bottom line is, ladies and gentlemen, that's what we do at the Too Smart University. And the bottom line is we teach people who want to be taught how to achieve personal financial success. So, Coach, I want to say thanks again for assisting me here. What an awesome job. What an awesome job you did. As always, we would expect nothing less. And I'm telling you, it's just so good to be amongst counselors at such caliber that deliver what people need to fix their lives. So, Mr. Curry, turn it back to you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, what a day, what a day, what a day. We still have a few more here that we got to get to. Thank you, Mr. Hill. Thank you, Coach Fowler. Those are different professional people, ladies and gentlemen, that bring something different to the table. So we want to add that today because we felt like you need to be able to talk to some of these people. They have a place in my income. You talk to financial people all the time. Why would they come to my income? Why would you talk to people like Coach Mallett and people in the ministry? What a great day. Thank you, Coach Mallett and Strozay. Let's keep moving. I want to talk about this gentleman here. I met this gentleman and his wife almost 30 years ago now, and 28 years ago. And boy, they just kind of locked in on what we were doing, and they have a very unique story. And I think it's just one of these stories that you need to hear. We talk about a living testimony. I want to ask Mr. Gold and Brenda Brown to come to the mic now. I want to introduce them to you all, ladies and gentlemen. They have such a great story. We've become such great friends over the years. Everybody in my time, unfortunately, I'm not everybody's friend. I don't know everybody. But over the years, they have been with us. I have come to really become their friend. We've done a lot of things outside of business. And today, I want to introduce them to the Myecon family and have them speak on what Myecon has done and how it has impacted their lives over their time here in Myecon. So are you ready, Mr. Mrs. Brown? Got that mute. Okay, can you hear me? You got to unmute. You have to unmute. I can't do it for you. I see your iPhone as older. You got to unmute.
Sure, if he's talking through his phone, he probably has to do *6 or something. He may have to do that.
Okay, that may be, I don't know how to mute phone from here. I hope you heard that. Okay. Try to mute it now, though. Let's see what happens. You can't unmute. Okay. All right. We'll come back. I call y'all in a minute. Let me move through to the next person here, and I'll call y'all. We'll figure out what's going on. We'll bring y'all up in a little bit. Okay, I want to introduce this gentleman to you. This guy, I love when I met this gentleman. I first started talking to him about the W4 training, and you know, a lot of people say they're gonna check this out, they're gonna do this, they're gonna do that, and so this gentleman set out to prove that this did not work the way that I said it did. And I love it. If you're gonna do that, do it. So he set out to do it, and the more he dug into it, the more he got convinced. And he's been now convinced that I've been a part of this Marizon family over 15, probably almost all 18 years we've been here for the most part. So I want to introduce to you all Mr. Terrence Williams out of Augusta, Georgia. Terrence, are you there, sir?
I am here, sir. You are the man, I tell you. Outstanding.
Go ahead on, so you got it. Okay.
Wow. Thank you so much, Mr. Alvin Curry. Hey, hello everybody in my econ. First of all, I have to give honor to God. You know, and I'd like to thank Mr. Alvin Curry and Mr. Stokes and the whole my econ family. Well, simply put, my story is this. Approximately 6 months prior to me being introduced to my econ, me being a spiritually minded person, I struggled with tithe. Not to mention I was broke, but I struggled with tithe because I said, Lord, why is it that I can't tithe? And he said, simple, just pay me first. I said, Lord, why would you say pay you first? That just, you know, I was a simple minded man from Maryland. I've been down in Augusta, Georgia for about 30 years with my wife, Wanda, and our kids. But I would tell you, when I ask God a question, I look for an answer. So I had to just ask him to do as his word say and make it plain. So God said, just pay me first. And I said, Lord, why do you say pay you first? He said, simple. The last person you go to pay is the one you're going to shortchange. Pay a little on the car, pay a little on the house, pay a little on the electric. I'm going to put a little over here on some food. And then, go to the church house. And I said, Lord, forgive me. So I said, Lord, I don't want to keep living my life like this. I want to be a tither. And I want to tithe without thought. I want to tithe without thought. Because I couldn't believe God was blessing me and taking care of me. And I could not tithe. So that was my struggle. But little did I know that God would bring upon me 6 months later, Mr. Alvin Curry. Well, here I am, I'm living paycheck to paycheck. And what was I going to do? And after I prayed about it, life happens. So begins the struggle. I literally found out that tragedy happened before the blessings came again. Me and my wife, we were raising our 2 girls, and my mother-in-law passed away. Well, I told you I was already living paycheck to paycheck. My mother-in-law was living in our second home, and the tragedy of losing her mom made it so we couldn't just get that house ready to rent. So not only was I living paycheck to paycheck, now I got to find a way to pay 2 mortgages because I got an empty house I can't even rent. And I was like, Lord, this is getting worse and worse, but I'm gonna trust you. My mother-in-law was raising my niece and nephew, and they, like my kids, were teenagers. So we went from married in 2 to married in 4. Ideally, all this happened about 6 months prior to me meeting Mr. Curry. Well, now that I prayed to God about doing this, the struggle got more intense. And I turned around and I said, well, you know, I'd already decided I was going to retire from the military. And that was less than a year away. So here I am, married, gone from 2 to 4. got 2 house payments, even though I'm broke, struggling, and I got to get out of the Army in less than a year. Well, I prayed about my situation on the 27th of January 2007. I met Mr. Alvin Curry. Well, he was at one of my first mentors in the military's house. I give props to Mr. Robert McDaniel. He told me, he said, Torrance, I don't care if no one else shows up. You got to be there. I guess that's how he ended up with 27 people up in this house that day. And he told me, he said, Torrance, before you go up there and introduce yourself to that guy, you know he's a millionaire. I know Robert a long time, and I'm like, how did he get a millionaire in this house? Well, little did I know that Mr. Curry was the first person that ever teach me the strategies that of wealth building. And it changed my life forever. After the presentation, I told my friend Robert, I said, look, man, I'm gonna do this thing, but I like Mr. Curry said, I gotta check some of this stuff out. Because I was so broke and so scared, I could not afford to adjust my W-4 and owe Uncle Sam. Because I would have been in jail if I had owe Uncle Sam any more than he was taking. So I said, Lord, I'm going to trust you. I'm going to trust you. And I did go to the local IRS office, and it found out those people down there, the things that they could readily come up with answers, they did. The other thing, they had to research their own what you call tax code. They didn't even know. But when they gave me that reassurance, I'm going to show you just how good God really is. God knew I didn't need to just raise 2 kids and employ them. He knew that I needed 4. So everything Mr. Curry said was true. I was ready, even though I wanted to join. I had to wait 2 weeks until payday came. So on the 15th of February, on military payday, I joined my econ in 2007. I knew when Mr. Curry had stated that my econ shows associates how to properly build wealth, that this was for me. If you only remember one thing I say, remember this. Is the strategies that build wealth. Money management, that's the key. And I remember hearing Mr. Howard Stokes saying one day, it's not my econ that's gonna make you money. It's your own money. Well, it is my econ, Mr. Stokes, because my econ is the only entity out there that shows people how to properly use these strategies. And we encourage everybody to win. So money management is the first part of building wealth. Business income is the second part. And then, of course, investment. Well, I was 40 by the time I joined my econ. And I thought everything was just bad. I talked to Mr. Alvin about my net worth. We figured it out, calculated it. It was a negative number. And he may not remember this, but he asked me, he said, Torrance, how is that a good thing? I said, sir, shoot, that's a negative $48,000 net worth. How's that a good thing? He said, Torrance, how old are you? I said, sir, I'm 40. He said, what if you didn't find out until you were 60? A lot of wisdom in that man, I tell you. So after I joined, I immediately adjusted my W-4, and I went from paying $650 a month down to $110 a month between federal and state. And I had a whopping $540 a month, to which I immediately continued in the first strategy of lowering my debt and expenses. I could see the light. I could actually continue to tithe and find a way to feed my family. You see, if you focus on the strategies my econ teaches you to do for yourself, once I learned and understood the strategies, I continued to use them for myself to build wealth. After about 6 months, my $540 in disposable income became about $1,106. Even though I didn't focus on recruiting at the time, I was focusing on getting out of debt and investing. Getting out of debt and investing. At 40, I had 0 investments. I had 0 investments. Okay, so I attended my first My Econ Financial workshop where Mr. Stokes and Mr. Curry taught us investments. I immediately started investing $200 a payday into my 401, which I didn't start until the middle of 2008. But using these strategies, I was always able to free up money and invest, Since I was so far behind, I figured I had to get it in. So my team, it grew and it shrunk. It grew and it shrunk. And that can be discouraging for most people. Most people would get into this business and say, well, you know what? It ain't working. Well, it's not the business that has to work up front. It's you. If you do not work your business to get it off the ground, it will never work for you. I want you to understand that. But it didn't faze me that my team went up and went down. It really didn't faze me because I was making progress, just shifting my money from debt elimination, lower my taxes, and investing. So I looked at that. A person is never going to gain an understanding of what my income teaches. They will eventually quit if they never get that understanding. Most people in network marketing, they aspire to sell their way to the top. Not everyone is good at that. Some even recruit their way to the top. Not everyone is good at that. But using the strategies, you will find out, using these strategies for yourself and sharing your testimony of what my income has done for you, that will work every time for every person who listens. I hired my 4 teens in business, and even though I made more money, I paid less taxes. I managed to decrease our debt while increasing my contributions to my 401k. All 4 teenagers went on to college. Again, with the strategies, I managed to pay off $54,000 in student loan debt and built an emergency fund with 6 months of living expenses. This is all within the first year. I think by that time I had gotten about 6 people in business, and I was making money with my own money. And during that time, all of a sudden, tragedy happened again. I became unemployed for about 4.5 months. Do you know what? I never missed a beat. I continued to tithe on all income. I didn't even go look for a job. So I knew what I was doing was working. Over the years, I became a deacon in my church. And recently, I survived prostate cancer. I returned to work only to build another stream of income and to build a nest egg for the Williams family. I also increased my contributions to the max, to include the catch-up because I'm over 50. That's $30,000 this year. Wow. When I started my econ, I think my annual income was $60,000. Well, with the catch-up, doing $30,000, I'm also, not only am I tithing 10%, I give an additional 5% of my income to charity. I just feeling good about myself. Since I've been in my econ, I've accumulated over $300,000 in my 401, my retirement account. I have another IRA with about $90,000 in it, and I have cash flow over $1.5 million since I started my income. Recently, I shared this story with Mr. Curry. I got a letter from Fisher Investments. It says, congratulating me on being amongst a select few who have outsaved and out-invested most Americans. I was glad to receive that letter. And then I told Mr. Curry about it. And he reminded me, they only came after you because you had no money. I'm like, wow. He said, why didn't they come after you when you had none, like we did? I said, you're absolutely right. I laughed and I realized that the truth in all he had mentioned. I currently have 5 streams of income, not including my wife's income. We purchased our current home. We did because my wife didn't want to go up and downstairs. Even though the home we purchased a couple years ago has a downstairs, everything is upstairs except for the garage and the laundry. But we fell in love with the house. A few months after we bought this home, my brother-in-law, who's handicapped, who was living with my sister-in-law, moved in with us because my sister-in-law passed away. The house was already handicap assessed. I want you to understand that God always knows whether we know why we do something or not. The house was already handicap accessible. So we've been in this house 2 years. And since Wanda didn't want to go downstairs and park in the garage, and she definitely didn't want to go downstairs to do laundry, we just put on about a $68,000 addition, put an oversized 2-car garage on a house we've been in less than 2 years, added her laundry room and office upstairs. And even though we've only been in this house 2 years, we've managed to pay over 5 years towards the principal. Because my goal is to retire from working from the government in 5 years. And prayerfully, Lord willing, the house will be close to paid off. Our second home that we had, we moved my oldest daughter into that. And so if she don't have to pay rent, it's okay. I've been paying the mortgage on it. That's a $200,000 house that we owe less than $100,000. So I think at least one home will be paid off, if not both. And I have to give it up to God on this because nothing we've done, we did of our own accord. So I know amongst the right people. You know, after we moved our oldest daughter into that home, we decided to help our youngest daughter. My niece and nephew both married off and went on their way, but my daughter stayed local. My youngest daughter went to law school and she struggled. We decided we would help her by paying off about $20,000 worth of her debt. Using the MyEcon credit system, I also placed her and her older sister on lines of credit, giving them lines of credit back to when they were 1, increasing their credit score, and it enabled my youngest daughter to purchase her first home at the age of 28. You see, you can never forget to work the strategies for yourself, first and always. You see, I did all of this and I'm only a platinum with MyEcon. You see, I help those that want to build. And I help those that wanted to sell. You fix your finances and build wealth over time, but you must understand how money works to truly get ahead financially. I made a lot of money with MyEcon, and my taxes went right up. I said, well, I can control how this money thing works. I need to manage the money, manage the debt, manage the taxes, and now I'm in a position where I can build and get myself to infinity and CEO. I pray with my efforts and God's will that the next time I give a testimony, I will at least be an infinity, if not a CEO infinity. But the last thing I will say is, Mike, it was truly said that you either have to be the first in business, the best at it, or the only at it. MyEcon is the first, is still the best, and is still the only company that shows its associates how to build wealth. And it works 100% of the time for those of us who use it. This is Torrance Williams. I'm a proud MyEcon associate. I turn it back over to you, Mr. Alvin Kirk.
Wow, man. To think about 15 years ago, you were struggling and broke, and to accomplish all of this over the last 15 years. Yet the system works, but God is awesome. When you sit here, you talk about, even I learned this part about the brother-in-law moving in. Maybe you had told him, maybe I missed it. That with the house already being prepared for it. Look at God. look at God. We want to make sure, ladies and gentlemen, we understand. Let's look at God in this. And I want you to understand that everybody you heard from today, these people were not out in the street, didn't have nothing going on. Tom, will you eat 7 at the time when you came, or you ate?
E7 in the Army, yes, sir. About ready.
Now, for those that don't know what that means, that's a senior NGO. It's not a broke person. That is a person who went in the military to do what they're supposed to do and got promoted. This thing is supposed to do. Why was she working at the time?
Yes, Wanda's a registered nurse. We had
and y'all were broke.
Between the two of us, we made about $130,000 back in 2007.
See, I need people to hear that. See, they think that we have to go get the broke toe up. No, everybody out there, we talk about this all the time. Unless you learn how to manage money, no matter how much you make, you can still have a financial challenge. It's about how you handle the money. It's not about how much you make. It's about those taxes. It's about how you get in debt. How do you do that? What a blessing. Thank you, sir. Well, we got to move on. We got a couple more we got to get to. And I keep saying that they get bigger and bigger and bigger. This gentleman here, I have known him 20-some years as well. Man, I love this gentleman. He come out of Brooklyn, New York. When I went to New York, I got to tell you this thing, we're going to bring him on. He's a fairly small guy compared to me for sure. We were walking over to the train thing, and he just like this. I was about to run trying to keep over. Like, dude, why are you walking so fast? I didn't really walk. Then we get on the train, we go from Brooklyn to Manhattan. And nobody talks. Don't say that to about it. Well, I do. Because y'all know this train every day. But I'm used to talking about, I'm used to speaking in New York with a place like, don't talk about it. But I love it. I love it. He took me around from Brooklyn to Manhattan, showed me some stuff. I got a chance. I'm glad I had the opportunity to see New York. I got a chance to know him and his family. And man, he was, at that time, he was working at a college as an administrator and out there just doing things. And today, he's going to tell his story. But he has been retired for some years now and doing really well in his life. So I like to introduce to the mighty family a living testimony in Mr. Joseph Smith out of Brooklyn, New York. Mr. Joe, are you there, sir?
Yes, sir. How you doing? How's everybody doing?
All right, looking good. I see you, sir, and I'm gonna go ahead and hide myself so you can do your thing. You got the flow.
All right, thank you. I just want to say, God bless everybody and good evening. All these great testimonies, and just know that the word of God said, where one or two are together in His name, He's always in the midst. So He's been in the midst of us all day today. So I'm proud and thankful for everybody. A little bit about my background is that before I got to my income, first of all, I was born in Florida, raised on a farm. I wasn't a slave, but I was enslaved and poor. And trying to think of how I would ever get out in here from where I was at. But God, I always kept my eyes on God, because even then when I was growing up, even back then in the racial environment, racism, I was still going to Sunday school, singing in the choir, and just kept my eyes on God, because I always knew that God had something better for me than where I was at. But I had to go through this trial and tribulation to get to where I'm at now. So this is moving forward. I graduated from 2 colleges, and my concentration was in business management. Got a job at the college where I graduated from with my associate degree. Started working and they asked me where I went to work, and I said in the business office, because when I was growing up, my grandmother used to sell these frozen pops, and I used to watch her. Okay, she was selling for 5 cents, and so I said I want to be a business person. I just didn't know what type of business person I wanted to be, but I wanted to own a business. I didn't know what business was going to be. So anyway, just moving forward, me and my wife, we was broke in debt. We was making money, but we didn't know we didn't really know how to manage the money. You know, we was making it. We didn't know nothing about no investment, about anything. So at the church I attend now, been attending that now for 25 years, it was doing Bible study. So to show you how God is always in the midst, we're doing Bible study. And after Bible study, my econ was presented. And so I want to thank Alvin Kirby, I want to thank Ivan Stokes, Larry Gates, Spencer LeCaplan, God bless the spirit and the life and spirit of Leon Gill, Charmaine. So all of that, all those individuals and other associates that I was around to be able to learn these principles and strategies. And I went everywhere. I went down to Virginia, I went down to Washington, D.C., I went down to Atlanta. I was just followed because the thing it is that anytime you're trying to learn something, put it into to put it into your life and to make sure that it works to that perfection. Okay, it's a process, and I was geared to the process because I ain't know nothing about no taxes. I ain't know nothing about how to get out of debt. I ain't know nothing about how to fix my credit. Never even pull a credit score, credit report. And then when I did finally pull the credit report, I had it was like over 40 pages, and I had so much derogatory information on it. But through these strategies and these principles about how to read a credit report and also how to fix it, and I use that. And now, you know, if I pull my credit report now, it's probably only about 6 or 7 pages. And my credit score was in the 500s, and I use that principle, the letters, and also when my econ provided the letters. And all you had to do is just put your information in there. So I used that, and I did it. I didn't do it by mailing it to them. I went right online and did it. In less than 30 days, my credit score just shot up. So, and then also the debt elimination. Okay, there was a strategy in terms of how to get out of debt, and they showed you how to do the debt terminator. Okay, that was taught. So I took that and used that, and the debt just rolled off. You know, in less than 24 months. I mean, we was debt free. And how we got the money in order to do the debt is by minimizing by doing the readjusting my W-4. And when I readjusted the W-4, it was like extra because I was getting paid bi-weekly, so it's an extra for a month, an extra $500 some. So I just took the $500 some and then put it into the debt elimination, a debt terminator, and that's how I came to be debt free. And another thing is that I didn't know nothing about how to read no amortization chart. That was taught. And Alvin and Ivan, you said you can before you go and get anything on credit, pre-approve yourself. So I learned how to use the debt. The amortization chart. And the amortization chart is way that just like other people are using the banks using all other businesses, they use it on how to make money off of your money. So I reversed that. I learned how to make money off my own money, but also how to make money off other people's money. In other words, leverage. So they was leveraging me for all those years, and then by these strategies and these principles, I learned how to leverage back. The amortization charts are a great thing because if you're buying a house, you can pre-approve yourself. You can figure out what it's going to be in 360 months or 120 months or 110 months or whatever the money is. And to learn about all those different areas of about a mortgage. And through these principles, I mean, and even when I used to, when I go in and buy a car, I would just go and just fill out the paperwork and then just sign up for it, and then they just get your social security number. But now I don't do that. I pre-approve myself first before I go and get a car. And I can tell them what the interest rate, I know what the interest rate is going to be before I even go. So God has been a tremendous blessing for me and my family. I built a team and helped a lot of people, you know, that didn't understand how their finances work. They had the money, but they didn't know how to make the money work for them. And somebody mentioned about, you know, you got some cash and get some assets. And that is 100% true, because at the university there, I was there for 36 years, retired. I was there for more than 36 years, but as a professional, I was there for 36 years. retired, middle income, and had a 403B. And with these principles, I learned that I had my 403B was a business. So I had that business, and I also had my econ giving me the knowledge and the principle on how to apply to that particular 403B, because I didn't know anything about how you take the before taxes, how you do the pre-tax. And if you did if your salary was $100,000, you pre-tax 40 at the end of the year when you went to the tax accountant, they can only look at your tax on 60,000, not 100. So I didn't know any of that. But the education is so powerful, and those principles are so powerful. And even I just want to say that about Miss Alvin Curry and Ivy. I go down to Atlanta. They're just like brothers to me. You know, we sat there at the table with one another, and we just talk. And another thing I learned about them is that I thought, you know, because I know they were multi-millionaires, but I was looking for a different type of multi-millionaire. They were driving, I thought they would be driving Mercedes Benz and Rolls Royce. They were driving Hoopers. So I said, you know, well, these are the individuals that the kind of individuals I want to be around. And also for my family, with these principles, I went to my family. First of all, I took care of me and my wife first. Okay, and then I went to my family before I went to others. But always before I did anything, I went in prayer, because I needed God guidance and wisdom on how to carry this mission out and how I can make a difference in other people's life that needed this. So this has been truly a blessing for me. Continue to be a blessing. Even in my retirement, okay, I'm still investing in the market. And I ain't know nothing about how to diversify your portfolio. I remember what I was saying this here. He said that there's no Republican or Democrat gonna ever come and knock on your door and say, let me help you with your finances. Let me look at it and let me increase it. I always remember that. He said there's no Republican or Democrat gonna come in your house. He said you have to learn how to fix and how to manage your own personal. You got a personal economy in your household. I didn't know anything about all these different types of the mileage. You know, how to keep up business records. I didn't know anything about this. All this was my income. And even when I travel now, I don't say I'm going. Anytime I travel now, I say I'm going on a business trip, because it's deduction. It's about lowering your taxes, minimizing your taxes. So I didn't know any of that. But this education has been a plus. You know, I'm continuing to learn and to strive and to continue to help others. And now, I mean, like, it came to be, investing came to be to me like just came to be like addicted. You know, so I didn't know any of that. But I did know this here, and someone mentioned this earlier, that scripture of Deuteronomy 8:18, where God said He give us power to get wealth. You know, God give us the power. And all we have to do is just apply, get the information, then apply those strategies, and it works. Now, I went to a lot of other seminars. I also went to a lot of other workshops, okay? But none like that my econ, because none of them couldn't tell me that the minute you joined my econ. And also when I joined my econ, it was $199 when I joined. But they said, no, you can write that up at the end of the year. None of them told me that if you adjust your W-4, okay, the first paycheck, you're gonna get paid. None of them other workshops did that. So this has truly been a blessing from God, to know that God will do what He say He do. He'll do what He say He'll do on His word. And His word cannot come back void. So I trust Him, believe in Him. I'm a tither. I'm still tithing based on what my 6-figure salary was at the university. And I'm retired because God been just that good. God is amazing. So we have to trust Him And we have to believe in him that he is what he say he is. He'll do what he say he will do if we just believe and trust. And no matter what comes, okay, Albert mentioned about the gas. I just went and filled up the other day. Okay, the food price and all that can change, but that's why we have to change out. We have to. Paul talked about it in Romans chapter 12. We have to renew our mind each and every day. We got to put something new in it. And I'm never going to take new wineskin and try to put it back into old wineskin. In other words, I'm not going back to the farm. Okay, I'm continuing to move forward. Okay, so I just thank God for this opportunity. Thank God for everybody that's on, and everybody be blessed. And just trust the Lord because He never fails us, and He never will. So thank you, and God bless.
Wow, Joe, thank you, sir. Wow, I really, again, I appreciate that testimony. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope y'all hear this. Because I think a lot of times when I see people join my Avon, we ask them to make a list. They don't have to make a list of everybody in town is broke. We get them. But can you see that these are people today that did what corporate America say do? They had jobs, they had education, they had income, and they still needed the system. We call that system today the financial success membership. But Joe can probably remember we used to call it wealth creation.
Yes.
Joe can probably remember we used to call it. We've called it a couple of things over the years. Some of the other people can remember personal financial success. But again, the system has never changed. We kind of tweaked the name here a little bit that make it more applicable to what we're doing with those trusts. Joe put those trusts in life, and he's been living in his retirement. He is a living testimony of this working and working the way it should work. Thank you, sir. I appreciate you. God bless you. Merry Christmas to you, man. I know you have some other things on your agenda today, but I thank you for taking the time to be here with us today and speak to your mighty contact. Have a great day and Merry Christmas, sir.
Thank you. Merry Christmas to everybody. And God bless.
All right. All right. So we're going to go back here now. I think the Browns are ready. Mr. and Mrs. Brown is Hampton's Georgia. Like I said, I've known them almost 30 years now. And I've watched them do some amazing things in their lives in terms of just different things. Those and I become really good friends, the strength and I and all of us. We do things outside of my econ, other than just the my econ business. But are you ready, Mr. Brown?
Yeah.
I see yes. You. Okay, y'all got it. All right, God, I see you.
All right. Good afternoon, my econ and others. We are here. We're sorry that we had to delay a little while ago, but we have had a busy, fruitful morning already. We had choir rehearsal when he ran. I was in the middle of blasting out the phone. And he said, come on. I said, I can't get out of there. So he came out and postponed us for a little while. Okay, as Alvin said, we have known each other for over 20-something years. My name is Brittany Joyce Brown. I am the wife of Golden Hill Brown. We got involved with my econ back in 1995. We listened to the leaders, we followed their leadership, their principles, and we began to use one of the main principles. We did the W-4 form. We lowered our got money back on our paycheck. That we used that money to stockpile on our retirement account. And at the time, I was a nurse. I was working at a company, and they did not offer us any retirement funding. And so I just put it back then. We just had our own retirement account outside there. That's what we were taught to do at that time. And then I worked, I guess, for maybe 20-something years, just stockpiling my account outside. And then after that 20-something years, they brought a retirement account finally at the company that I was working in. And through the knowledge that I had received from my econ, I was able to learn from their principles how to just put more than what was required from the company on my retirement account. And within just, I would say over 10 years, I had amassed over $100,000 on my retirement account. And when I finally retired from there, I worked maybe another 20 years there. I had over $100,000 or more in my retirement account. And we retired, and we have been retired ever since then. We paid off our house note, paid off some credit card accounts. And so, as has been said, we have just been there retired. And we use a lot of the money principles. We tried, doing business with a lot of our friends. And when we first came into my econ, we were at the point where we were doing house parties, trying to get people interested in that way. And my econ has changed a lot over the years. Now you don't have to do all the house parties or any of that. You just go online to get people interested. And that to me is a lot better than what it was when we came aboard. And we have learned that throughout the years, my econ is a family. And we still, when we have a function here, we invite Anthony and his wife, and they gracefully come and entertain with us. And we have used all of our principles to have a better life during our retirement. And we are all just family. And we thank God for my econ this day.
Okay, she handed the phone to me, so it's time for me to take over now. I tell you, my econ in my whole life, I saw that it was working towards the things that God applied for us. For us is going to leave anything for our children. And it's just been wonderful. We both changed our full farm and we retired. And I said, with the knowledge I got right now, I'm not planning on going back to work anywhere in the near future. I'm planning on working hard, teaching people what I do and what the rest of the people doing in the world, because I always have tried to figure out, and it wasn't hard for me to close that situation once I got into my own econ, how a person could leave a legacy for their children. Well, when I got into my econ, I found out quick, fast, in a hurry how we can do that. So it taught us a lot of principles, and people out there that listen that not in my econ, they better be making their way, because there's no way. I know most people go around talking about pyramids, but if they look at a pyramid is something to do with our top of our head, because we got to be a top on any building that we have built or be built. There got to be a top on it. And God is the head of the pyramid of the CNI. So and God have done networking, going around getting his disciples from what all the stuff that's been told right here. And my econ is set dead on the Bible principle. And I've been enjoying it. I love talking to people. I try to show people that example, but they feel like, well, I need to go out and get another job. I used to argue with that, but I don't put up an argument with that now, because people don't do what they think is better to do. But if they look around them and see all the people that don't retire in life and have to go back to work for numbers of occasions, and it just don't make sense when you got all this study out here that you can find, because my understanding with Christ, he said you must seek and you shall find. Ask and you shall get. Knock and the door will open. And all these things, but we don't do no seeking, because if we're not seeking, we will find out that right God is what we've been praying about all along, because we've been asking God to send us a financial blessing. So the financial blessing is here, but we scared to step out on faith. So I found out if we step out on faith on 99% of the things that we're afraid of, we'll find out God is already in the midst. So it's been a wonderful ride with me, and I ride every day. Me and my wife, we go where we need to go. We're in a lots of organization, and we go there and take care of business and make it fun while we taking care of business. So I don't see nothing wrong with people just taking chances in life. And you know, the founders, which is I've been having, and a lot of others went through the thing, is saying 99 cents. I'm saying 99, 95. Just $10, and you could be in business at 50 cents. So I'm saying to myself, now why did they go that way? They wait there or drop that out of their pocket every day. But they'll go out and play the lottery and stuff like that, taking chances on that. But they just ain't ready right now. So I used to get a little bit upset, but I laugh now and walk off. Because the main thing is to the whole thing is that we got to get involved with something to give us money or save a bunch of money throughout our years of living and this and that. So my testimony and all the rest of the people that I listened at throughout the testimony, they have a long story to go, but everybody don't cover my year everything about this, and from the first degree down to all the degrees in the Bible and all the books of the Bible and stuff like that. So my conversation is really strong and really powerful, because we're using all these principles that we need to win. And I made a goal to myself that I was going to reach, but things get in the way of having grandkids and being a great granddaddy and this and that. Matter of fact, I'm taking care of a little business right now for my granddaughter and stuff like that. But we just have a lot to do, and we get it done with a smile. So I want to thank everyone that listened, and the ones that are not in my econ. You need to be cutting some kind of brick, steel wall, and saw through that wall and get involved. All right. Well, we thank you there, and we thank you for Alvin and Ivy and all y'all turning on, and y'all been doing the heavy load, and all we got to do is send out links. So hang on to the situation, and we don't do this. Thank you, Ivy.
Let me ask you a question before you go, Golden. Golden, let me ask you a question before you go. You didn't tell us what you did. What was your career? Mr. Brother, tell us you.
My career. Yeah, my career was doing body work, paint and body work, and doing upholstery work, and I learned a lot of things that I didn't learn in school. There, mechanic work. Hey, you put me up on a car, I ain't got to look at no book. I can listen at the sound of it and tell how it's supposed to run. So I can just all that stuff out. And I had lots of reels that I was making money, but I didn't know what to do with the money. I was just blowing the money away, you know. It's just that simple there. But I did. God gave me a lot of wisdom and knowledge and understand what we can do something. So I took all them trades and then I shut them all down when I got in mind going. I don't need no 5/8 wrench, a pair of pliers and stuff like that. I'm gonna teach somebody else how to do this.
Well, Golden, I want to say this to everybody, to you, man. That's why I wanted to ask you this in front of this. I hope you don't mind. Golden did, I had some children carry their cars up, and Golden took the cars and made them look like they had never been towed up before. So we had, he repaired 2 or 3 cars for me, from my children wrecking and going on and all kind of stuff, as they was coming through their years of learn. I always say learn how to be a professional driver, you know, and stuff. And Golden has put those cars back together for us and just done a lot of stuff in that arena for us. He does a lot of great things there with his Masonic temple. But let me ask you, Ms. Brenda, to tell me this, one tell the audience this. What does a typical day look like for the Browns now that y'all are retired? Ms. Brenda, what's your typical day look like?
Now, Alvin, you know my typical day is spent in front of that television because I spent 40-some years of my life working the night shift, unable to watch television. So I spend the majority of my day in front of that television. I truly have to admit that. Golden, he have to say, get out of that TV, but I just can't turn it loose.
Yes, you gotta get you in there, don't you know? She can get you to watch TV, don't you?
I don't have to try to. He's in there with me now. He's in it too.
Yeah, since I had the last heart attack, man, I've been laying around with my foot cocked up and everything until enjoy life that showed up because God had to do that for me to slow me down because I'm wild out over 7 days a week. I go to church, get out of my car and go home and paint a car or fix a car or going to help somebody or going to do something for a kid or something or going to my Lord's meeting and all of that. So we just enjoy life right now, just laying around. So no, I in my shop the other day and had to my knockdown spider wheel trying to get in there. I hadn't been in there about 2 years, so no.
Wow.
That's one other thing I have to admit my econ did to him because prior to my econ, you could hardly get a word out of him. And now I have to walk in front of him and tell him, hush, hush, hush. Shut up, man.
Get called There's always something else in. But I appreciate y'all guys. Y'all working extra hard for all of my econ associates and working hard for us to get things done and been on TV on the line every night.
Yeah.
And I just can't wait till that time comes.
Yes.
Yeah. So.
Well, that's what I want. I knew y'all did this, but I just want y'all to tell the folks. Y'all retired, y'all watching TV every day. Y'all still feel proud of gas like that. I mean, you still got no problem with gas inside these, man.
No, man. I tell you the truth. We drive out. I don't know how we do it, but both of us is a big program, but we drive out. We get about 30 miles to a gallon. We drive out about 400 and some miles a week.
Wow.
400 and some miles a week. We always got somewhere to go or something like that.
Yeah.
Yep. We drive out, tank of gas practically a week.
Sometimes too.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Here's the thing I think y'all, but I'm gonna let y'all go ahead.
You know, if it was for my car, we'd be running out of gas. Retirement alone has done nothing but put us in a poor house. But since we've been in my car, we don't worry about the gas. We just drive.
There you go.
Yeah.
I hope that people are listening to this, guys. I really do, because they listen to the news, and all the news tells us how bad things are. But that isn't bad for everybody. That isn't bad for everybody. This is a true living testimony of the ground.
Yeah.
This is a couple.
Yeah.
That they together now. You know, a few years ago, I could get go to do a little work, you know, now Miss Brown said, nah, he ain't doing nothing. He just watching TV now. He watching Fox now, you know. So, we're doing like,
but so. But I'm
come up with a way how to get that, I would say our van paid.
Okay, all right, we'll talk about that another day, okay? All right. Okay. All right, we'll talk about, no, I'm not gonna let you get Miss Brown on, I'm not gonna let Miss Brown get on me on this phone, okay? We'll talk about that with later, sir, okay?
Yeah, okay, all right, all right.
All
All right, thank
All
you
right.
for having me on.
So I appreciate you all. No, that sounds good, I appreciate you all, this worked out well. One more, and we're gonna be calling the day here. But ladies and gentlemen, this is absolutely, this is our last living testimony, but you do not, I hope that this is well worth you sharing around. Because ladies and gentlemen, this lady has done some awesome things. She actually, sponsored Browns this business. And she has found the Browns in her team that have done this at the time. There are other people also have done this. But ladies and gentlemen, this lady has really went out and changed her life. So she's gonna tell her story, but I've known her and her husband now, ever since I've been down here since 1995. I used to watch her come to Atlanta from Athens, Georgia, stay up at the meeting after meeting, everything. Go home and go to work the next day and change her and her whole family's life. And so I want to introduce to the mighty family, those of you that do not know, Miss Jeanette Butler out of Athens, Georgia. Miss Jeanette, are you there?
Yes, I am. Do you hear me?
I hear you and see you, so I'm gonna go ahead and let you take it. I'm gonna sit down so that I'm not interrupting you, okay?
All righty. Good afternoon, everyone.
Hold the mic down on your face. We see the top of your head.
You see the top of my head. That's all I
There
want.
we go. Come on up. Right there. We see good.
Okay.
Yeah, perfect.
It went
Come
back.
on, slip back down. If you can stay right there, we got it. For some reason, it's slipping back.
All right, how's that?
Okay, good right there.
Okay. All righty. Again, good afternoon, everyone. I always say, start my day with another beautiful day that the Lord has made. My name is Jeanette Butler, and I'm Executive Vice President in my econ. I'm married to Robert Butler. We live in Winterville, Georgia. We have children and grandchildren and great-grandchildren. I am the fifth of seven of children, and I am the first to graduate from college in my family. The power of financial education. See, Mr. Curry, I haven't always been financially free, debt-free, with a credit score over 800, a retirement account over 7 figures, 2 debt-free properties. I live in one and I rent the other one out. I grew up, my story is, I grew up in the sharecropper era. My family struggled to make ends meet. We worked in the cotton field, those hot cotton fields. And I tell you, we were poor, P-O, growing up. And everybody say I use it incorrectly, but we were poor. But anyway, one year, the last year that I was in the sharecropper industry, my mother made a bold decision. God put it in her heart to bring us out of that cotton field. And I thank God every day for putting that in my mother's heart to deliver us from the cotton field. I finished high school. I thought I was going, everything was going along just fine. I joined the workforce, and only to find out I was sharing again. I was sharing the FICA, federal, state, debt, and everybody else. And I was doing all the work. And I had to live on what was left over. So then I decided, okay, I'll go back to school. I got into the medical field. I graduated from college with a BSN in nursing. My income went up. I thought I had arrived. When my income went up, my taxes went up. FICA, federal, state. Then I started with that credit card business. I got into a credit card mess because when the income went up, made good money. Only thing about it, I was spending it. If it was coming in, I was spending, it was going out. And I didn't have anything left over. So then I started putting things on the credit card. So when I met Mr. Curry in 1995, it was a turning point for me, because I met millionaires, was teaching people how to become millionaires. And I had never heard people around me talk about being millionaires, so I used to have a headache. Every time they would mention that about becoming a millionaire, my head felt like it was going to explode. I was just overwhelmed because nobody had never came to my door and knocked on my door and said, Jeanette, do you want to be a millionaire? We can teach you how to become a millionaire. No, my team and myself, we got in the car every Tuesday night, every Thursday night, all day Saturday, and leading after me to get this training. So when we first started this, I said, okay, if I'm going to teach people that these financial strategies and these financial principles, I want to make sure that they work. So when I started implementing that personal cash flow plan, and I went step by step by step. I did not break a step. First of all, we corrected our W-4. So we got over $1,200 that we claimed back in our household every month. Now we didn't take that money and go out and buy stuff. We took that money to start our financial journey. We set up that $3,000 emergency fund because that's what we used to have to do back then. And we didn't go any further until we got the $3,000 in place. Then we started, we put another additional 15% in our retirement account. And once we did that, we got on the consumer debt elimination process. And that was, I thought I would get a divorce on that. But anyway, so what I did was we needed $500 to come up to carry out the plan. And the plan was eliminate the consumer debt in 36 months. So what I had to do, I cut off the cable. I went and got a to-go phone. I cut the grocery bill. I cut eating out. I took my lunch to work till I could, because I had to come up with the $500 in order to meet that goal. Because I had to take my money back. I was 41 years old and 65 right down the road, and I had less than $10,000 in my retirement account. So after we got that emergency fund and the increased our retirement account, we started debt elimination and cut the debt out. That freed up another $1,200. So now it was at $2,400 that we took that was going out of our household to the federal, state, FICA, and debt. We put that money back in our household. So now we took that money and we used that money to go out and max out our retirement account. So every year, whatever the max was in our retirement account, I put that in my retirement account every year. I did not ever want to be poor again. Not ever. Poor is nobody's friend. So after that, we established our emergency fund. We had 12 months set aside. Then we paid off that mortgage. And once we paid off that mortgage, that freed up another $1,100. All we did was follow these financial strategies and principles and apply them and took our money back and used that money to benefit our family. So by 2010, we had eliminated over $250,000 in debt, and we've been 100% debt free ever since. We have money to invest, and that is wonderful. We've been investing in stocks, bonds. We're able to give more to our church. I call it a family fund. When they need something, we're able to help them without being burdened down. And we also say, I didn't find out these financial principles when my children was in college. I found out this when they graduated from college, but they graduated debt-free from college because I paid for their education out of pocket. But I did set up 529 plans for my grandchildren. So my oldest grandchildren, she just graduated this past May debt-free. And that's my legacy to her. See, I never bought my grandchildren toys. I always invested in their 529 education plan because I wanted them to say, way down the road, Grandma did this. Grandma paid money that I can go to school and I can come out debt free. So I have had, I always had a downline in my income. I always made money in my income. But I don't have one of those biggest downline, but I sure do teach people about financial literacy and financial strategies. Today, we've been debt free and we have over 7 figures in our retirement account. And my goal and my aim is to share the same strategy that was taught to me to 1,000 people. And now that we got the social media, and I'm getting the hang of the social media, now I'm gonna reach those 1,000 people and teach them the importance of what we teach in my econ is financial literacy, financial strategies, and how to use your money to make money for you, because your money can make money faster than you can make money. I'm trying to decide when I'm gonna retire, but I think I'm gonna give it up this year. I'm gonna give it to the young folks. I've been nursing a long time. I enjoy it and I love it. So, but I'm gonna give it up this year. And to all those who are skeptical, I emphasize the importance of embracing my income system. It's not about building $1 million system. It's already built. It's about setting you and your family financially free for a small monthly investment. 2024 is the time to elevate, to teach, and to empower others. And so in conclusion, because my internet is acting up, I express my gratitude to Mr. Curry for the opportunity to share my testimony, my journey from the sharecropper's daughter to the financial freedom. I hope I inspire those financial challenges out there, and a change is possible. Every effort and the right knowledge is up to you and your family to secure financial freedom. Thank you, and back to you, Mr. Curry.
I have a question to that. Now, did I hear you correctly? You said 1995, sound like you said you had less than $10,000 saved. And then it seemed like you said somewhere along the way, kind of softly, that you had over 7 figures in your retirement account now. Did I hear that correctly?
You heard that correctly. I took my
now,
money.
most people don't really know what 7 figures is. So if I may interpret to you all what that means, that means over $1 million. That's what we talk about. This system, what we could be asking you right now, do you want to be one of the million? But you've got to make some bold decisions. And Jeanette made bold decisions. I know her husband Robert very well. I know Jeanette, I know these decisions. I've been with her as we lived in my house. When I first started this out, I started asking about being a millionaire. She's like, listen, please, I can't. I need to make your head hurt. But today, I think that head ain't hurting today. I know you're happy today. And Jeanette made some really, really bold decisions in her life, and they're now living this dream that they want to. And I'm just going to ask Jeanette, because I don't think you asked this. Jeanette drove the same car for about 20 years of her life, because she was just wasn't going to get there. And so her husband, he just decided he'd go out there and just find one, because she wasn't going to next see the car would have a problem. And he went out there and just bought her one cash. We still don't have this. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a great, great way to end our living testimony today. Jeanette, thank you for that cleanup today in this. And so thank you for your testimony today. Ladies and gentlemen, we're getting ready now to go into our promotion really quickly. Here we have quite a few promotions today. We did our Black Friday, a lot of people got promoted. So we did some great things there. But let me just add this before we go. First and foremost, I want to thank everyone. Starting with the credit board, he got us off the gate here talking about the retirement today. All this is going to get posted. Y'all need to understand, we're not trying to put fear into you. We're trying to get you to understand where you are. Just like Jeanette understood where she was. Just like Brown understood where they were. Like Jim understood where he was. All these other people, they understood moment in time where they were. Now, they didn't get into this because we don't go around talking about other folks. But see, there was other folks that came along with all these people. All of them look at people that came in business with us at the same time they did. But those people decided to quit and go take other directions. Because you heard me say, it's not my turn, then what? Well, some of these other people decided they were going to take other directions. So now all of us have gotten into our 60s and somewhere in the early 70s now. I looked up and I'm 67. And now these people who came along these last 25, 30 years with us, they quit. They struggled in their finances. But every person you heard of, whether they worked in the factory, whether they was married, whether they was an administrative business person, or whatever, there's not a person that you heard from today that's struggling in this economy. Don't you let the news media fool you. Don't you let all this political jargon fool you. Don't you let no one make you believe that all is going on and ain't nobody doing good. But just a handful of the 45 are rich. That's a lot of my income folks doing good. I've told you this before. We have got thousands of people reach first line success. Not just one. This is just a small sampling of them today. I want to thank Frank, James, Charmaine, Coach Mallory, Jose, Golden and Brendan, Current, Joe, and Jeanette, all of you all, for great, great, great testimony. Not one of these people, when I met them, were people that were financially destitute, meaning they didn't have nothing. They weren't struggling, but they didn't have nothing. These are all people who did it by the book. They went to school, they had education to whatever level they went. Because back when I was a child, you could get out, you went to high school and graduated high school, and went on and got your job in the factory somewhere, you could make a living for your family. But nothing wrong with that. That was the American way. If you went on and you got to an education, and you went on to become a mechanical, well, nothing wrong with that. But I need you to understand all of these people came from different backgrounds. Yet all of them apply these same principles. And over time, this wasn't no instant fix or none of it. Over time, all of them arrived at the destination that they wanted to be, which was personally, financially successful. They're living in the moment now. Living in the moment. And I don't know if gas is high or low. All I know is whenever I need something in my car, I'm going to fill it up. Because I am going to buy $2. Now, there was a time in my life. I think it was Charmaine talked about buying 75 cents. I was about 75 cents. But every time I bought $2, I was trying to make it get to work the rest of the week. Back when I was buying $2, gas was probably 6 cents a gallon or something else. So I bought 3 or 4 gallons, hoping I could ride all week to get to work. But today, whatever gas prices are, I don't want them to go down, but they keep on money in my pocket, keep on money in my business, in my household. But I'm still going to buy what I want to buy. If I choose to go on a trip, I'm still going to go. I'm still going to stay at a hotel. I'm still going to eat what I want to eat. I'm still going to do what I want to do, and so are all these people who you heard from today. I want to end the year with this for 2 reasons. Number one, I believe in all of my heart, God put this in my spirit. He actually chose the people. I promise you, I did not tell any of these people what they could or could not say. We didn't have no practice session on what they were going to say. We didn't tell them to go talk about the Bible, do none of that stuff. God just gave me these people, and God knew what y'all needed to hear. So he aligned all of these people up to speak and say what somebody on the phone needs to hear. You've got a diverse group of people still on this phone right now. That diverse group of people need to hear from a diverse market. It need to all be from one person. So if you look and say, Al, you supposed to. Al was a blue collar worker. I was a cable TV installer. My most I ever made on a job was $10 an hour. But instead of me saying that I was a union vice president, I negotiated the contract. Instead of me saying I argued with the union about what they're going to give me $100 an hour, I said, I go get me some more now. And I'm going to do something different. God led me to account. And before I could become an accountant, he led my wife to a woman No, that's her name now. But I think her name in a minute. But anyway, she led us to Ivy Stokes. Juanita. I'll never forget Juanita. Thank God for whoever Juanita is today. She led us to Ivy Stokes. And from there, I got a minute together. I went out for the first 2 or 3 years, and I produced everybody on his team. He asked me, based on what he had observed in all his team members, if you want to be partners, we partner up and do this. I said, okay, tell me what that means. He told me what that would mean. Ladies and gentlemen, I joined forces with him in that covenant. And I covenanted to be in business with him all the days of our lives. So in this business, Al and I have a covenant relationship. We are in business for the rest of our lives. And then our children are tied together for their lives. Because this business ties them together. They all grew up together. They all are friends, all fussing, fighting each other, but they all are friends. Because they just like sisters and brothers. And they get together outside of what's being out, and they hang out and do stuff together today. Because they all grew up together. I've seen different ones of you. Children grow up and go on to do different things in their life. From children growing up to be entertainers and actors, the people growing up being professional athletes, the children growing up being lawyers and doctors, the people growing up being CEOs of their own companies, and doing all kinds of good things because their parents bought into this vision, this covenant with my economy. And they taught their children and they built a legacy. So even though their children might not be doing my economy, they're doing other things and doing great things in their life. So ladies and gentlemen, today has been a wonderful day for me. We're going to go right quickly through the promotion. Then once the promotion is over, we're going to have a short meeting after the meeting today. We know this is holiday weekend. We probably won't stay on, but, 45 minutes to an hour at most on the meeting after the meeting. So get your questions together. We will be here. We will answer them. But I want to go now 2-hour promotion. And I want to bring Mr. John Pettifeld up. He's going to walk us through our promotion today. Mr. Pettiford, are you ready, sir?
Yep, I'm ready. And I just want to say, hats off to everybody. Everybody had a great, amazing testimony today. It was a great job. Everybody shared their story. And I think it's very important that you understand all this stuff happened in my econ when everything went on in the world and in America, meaning the mortgage meltdown went on, the .com bubble went on, all this stuff is going on, the pandemic is going on. And all through those times, we got people all over my econ that have grown, that some of them are millionaires today, some of them are 100,000 today, some are 500,000 today, and some have businesses that pay them $2,000, $3,000, $4,000, $5,000, $10,000 a month income today, all through these things. See, it don't matter what go on in the world economy, no matter what go on in the American economy, but the economy that matters is the one that's in your house and the one that you choose to use the My Econ principles. So I say my hats off to everyone, and one of the newest ones that gave their testimony today. I didn't know all that stuff about Coach Magdalene and stuff she said, and 450,000, all that stuff in the last 3 years, and all this stuff that had been able to almost get involved with us way back in the day. I mean, those were some eye-opening things there. So truly understand that the blessings are all moving on this company, moving on the people that's in this company. And yes, you are in the right place. So let's get down to the promotions. All right, so we got some here. Remember, promotion means make more money, make more money, make more money. Every time you get promoted, you make more and more money in your organization, in this company. Now, we make our promotional guidelines very reasonable. We don't put stuff on the paper and just put it on just for the sake of putting it on the paper and it sounds good. We don't get to telling you're going to make it $100,000, a week, but you got to have 5 million people and all this and all that. So what we do is we put reasonable guidelines in place that people can do. You can understand where the money's coming from, and really truly understand about this first deal here called EDP Gold. That means get 2 personal enrollees. Understand something, folks. In this industry that we call network marketing, in this industry that we call direct sales, do you understand that most folks don't ever get their 2 sales? The average person, though, they barely get 2 sales. So when you start talking about somebody that went out and got 2, that's a big money. When you start talking about somebody that went out and got 12, that's a big thing. But see, most people don't even show up to get in business. First of all, 95% don't even show up in this country. And then the ones that show up, 95% of them don't even do no work. They only work on it. And see, it's a dog fight, those last 5% to get out here. But you can beat and whoop. See, if you get that dog fight called being in business in 5%, you can go get rich. That means get up off it and go to work. So let's do it. EVP Gold, real quick here. We got one here, Paul McGee, Jr. Welcome to my econ. I don't know who you are, but you are now a new gold. Congratulations to you, sir. And then we've also got Connie Neville. I hope I said that correctly. I know if I butchered the name, but we know Connie. We can pronounce Connie. We know that, right? So Connie, congratulations to you. And then we also got Charlotte Williams. Congratulations on your promotion to EVP Gold. We've also got Carrie Dodds. Congratulations to you on your promotion to Gold. You are fairly new in this company as well. I've heard a few things about you by talking to your upline. All right. We've got Beatrice Johnson. Congratulations to you, brand new EVP Gold. Congratulations to you from the Too Smart University. We've also got Pastor Sandra Washington out of Newark, New Jersey. Congratulations to you on your promotion to EVP Gold. We've also got Frank Brown out of Texas. Congratulations to you on your promotion to EVP Gold. We got Crystal Burris. She's got her too. Congratulations to you out of San Antonio, Texas. That's down there with the money doctor. Congratulations. We've got Monica Landrum. Congratulations to you out of Georgetown, South Carolina. Brand new. All right. We've got Jasheria, I hope I said that correctly. Jasheria White, congratulations to you on your promotion to EVP Gold. All right, so those are all the goals that we had that were sent in. We're moving on to Platinum. All right, you know what Platinum is. All right, so Jennifer has, and also Miss Herbie Jones, she's up there to Platinum now. I know last month she was at Gold, and now she is at Platinum. So congratulations to you down there under the Vision Builder Network. We got some others here from the corporate announcement board that sent that out last week. Man, Shabrisha Utley. All right, we got Marcus Davis. We got Sharika Henderson. And we got Alexander Spitz. Congratulations to you guys on your promotions to Platinum. And then we've also got an Infinity. We got a new Infinity here. We've got Miss Tia Chanel Lewis. Congratulations to you on your promotion, Tia Chanel Lewis. I don't know who you are, I've never met you, but you look like a new face. And see, we've got that going on in my account. We got new people. They've gotten in over the last 2 months, 3 months, 5 months, 1 year, and they've gone out and started working on getting to Infinity. They've been in business less than 2 years and gone. So we got new people getting promoted. We've got veterans getting promoted. We got people that have been around for a while. They're using the strategies. They're getting promoted. They're growing their finances. My econ is exploding and growing all over the place. So that's all I got, Mr. Curry. I will close with this. It is truly a blessing to be here with everyone. If it weren't for my econ, I absolutely have no clue what my life would look like. I have absolutely no clue what my life would be. I am truly blessed to have met Alvin Curry. I am truly blessed to have met Ivy Stokes. And I remember the first time, way back in 1996 and going into 97. when I met a man who prospected me, got me involved in a company. And then I went down all through here, and they kept telling me I need to get on down here and meet some man called Ivy Stokes. It was called a regional rally at that time. And I had to get on down. There's about 3,000 people in the room in Atlanta, Georgia. I had never seen that many people all in one place. And I saw a man up there talking about, you can get rich. And I said, man, I must have hit the place that I need to be. I felt good being in that room. And I never, ever left. I left that room, but I never mentally left that feeling, that thought process. And I continued on. I changed my life because of my income. Over 7 figures in cash flow. Trained thousands of people all over the country, recruited thousands of people. Fired my boss. Got debt free. Lived my life debt free. Paid off house. Paid off cars. And doing what we do. Best credit score I've had. More money in my investment account than I've ever had. And it's all because of my income. So I take my hats off to you, Alvin Curry. I thank you. Thank you, my econ. I turn it back over to you.
All right, Mr. Pettiford. Thank you, sir. I appreciate all that everyone has done. You always do so much for the whole entire team here. You do calls, you do backup for myself, Mr. Stokes, and all throughout this company. You do such a great job. So, Mr. Pettiford, we need to give you a round of applause as well for all you do, sir. So thank you for all you do. And then, of course, as most people don't know, I'll tell you, John is my R&D department. He's my graphic department. He's my everything. When I need something, you know, the piece that I did today, we together put it in PDF format and then black and white. And then we'll email it to John and say, man, you need to go ahead on and make this thing look like something other thing. So, you know, we're not all of that real techy, but John takes it and he makes it all really look really good. And so, never ever miss, you know, no matter what time I get it to, you know, I don't worry about whether he's going to miss. I don't worry about whether he's going to sleep. He is going to get it done because he's not going to let me or any of us show up here not being who we are. We are a great company. And I thank God for him, June Carter. They make me really get a little bit better all the time in this tech stuff. So again, thanks to all of you who gave your testimony today. We're going to make sure you can stop sharing, John.
I was going to say, we got to report them just sit across here. Karen Thomas, she's a new gold as well. And I just want to make sure she didn't get left out.
Okay. Well, we're definitely here. Well, congratulations to Karen and all of the promotees today. What a great job. We're not finished. We have got this promotion going to January 5th. Whatever you want to do, ladies and gentlemen, let's go stretch. Let's go. I was going to talk a little bit more about that today, but I'm not going to go there. We'll talk a little bit about it later on, you know, so. But let's go, let's stretch. All the way to January 5th. And then once we hit January 5th, we're going to yeah, I'll tell you, I'm talking to please do, okay? So thank you. So if you like, you know, you're driving on stick shift, you know, you're driving this year, you get it going, you go up to third, from first to second, third to fourth, and then pick up a sixth, whatever it is. That's when you pick up more and more speed. So we're going to pick up speed. I want to wish everyone a Merry Christmas, and we're going to be on here next. Yes, we are going to be here Thursday night. Not a lot of trouble. We're going to kind of just get into the Christmas spirit time. And we're going to take it on out all the way to the end of the year, it's January 5th. And then we're going to hit the ground running. After that, and go all the way to 2024. See, if you saw something today, if anything about today inspired you with all these people, if you see yourself in any of these people, I start to people ask questions. I'm 60, can I do it? Yeah, you can still do it. But let me ask you a question. You 60. John showed us that you probably gonna live to you 85. You wanna be broke all the way to 85? Or would you like to try to figure out how to do something another 8 to 10 years and be ready? There's a lady, she wasn't on today, she was on last year. Miss Buster Winston, about the Maryland area. She got started in our business at 62. And she did 10 years. And now I think she told me she was 72 last year. And now she's getting ready to retire because she fixed her life over 10 years. Now, if you can go to 15 and make $1 million, you can do that in 1 year. Someone asked me about making $1 million. I said, hey, you know, can you put 10,000 people in the bank? I want you to get again. I'm not going to tell you again. Because you may know somebody I don't know. If you put 10,000 people in the country, you make $1 million next year. But let's say you can't do that. Then all of the people you met today, when they started, you heard something very common. They were working, they were doing everything that people are told to do right. They were living what people call the American dream. But something was wrong. They figured out their finances just wouldn't add up. People that wasn't getting up every day going to work. They were spending all they had there, trying to figure it out. They had good education, good job, they were raising their family. And when they saw this, if you listen to what they said, they started coming to training everywhere training was. They started doing training wherever it was. At that time, you had to drive a train or fly in the train. We have online training. It's so easy, though. But we have Saturday trainings like this. We go all day on Saturday. We go from 9 to 5 on Saturday. And people would drive in, fly in, do whatever they had to get to the train. There's something talking about the cost is much more in terms of enrolling at that time, everything. Yet people came all over training. Because you have to renew your mind. See, you would not say in 2024, I'm going to be a registered nurse if you had no nursing background, no skills, no education. You would say, I'm going back to school in 2024 and work on that nursing degree. So every time that takes me to get a nursing degree, then I'm going to work my way through the system to become a registered nurse. So coming in my example, I'm not saying you can't make $1 million, but at least respect this fact. You got to get your skills up. Remember, everybody, no matter where they are, that make $1 million, they're at the top of the game. They're not at the bottom. When you say, I want to make $1 million a year, this is what you're saying. I want to be 99.9% of everybody in the world. You're not competing with your husband no more. You're not competing with your girlfriend no more. When you say, I want to make $1 million a year, you said, I want to be 99.9% of everybody in the world. I will go beat everybody. So now you're competing with world-class people at what they do. So now, it ain't what my income do for you, it's what you're going to do for you. Are you going to get your skills up? Are you going to work night and day? Every one of these people that you heard from today, when they started this business, they still raising families. All these people got families. There's at different levels of raising their families at the time. When I started, I was full time. I had a 10-year-old, 8-year-old, and a 6-month. They are young adults now, but I raised them in the midst of growing. This is anything new because you have children, whether you know, we do anything. And at that time, as they said, we had to travel to where we wanted to go. If I wanted to do a meeting, I with John W. in Michigan. I went to Michigan 2 to 3 times a year. I drove. Because at the early stage, when they were learning, I had to take all of my equipment to do a meeting. Now, I just got in Michigan now, if I was gonna do a meeting, John got all the equipment I need. If I was gonna go to San Antonio, Texas, Dexter had everything in the room I need now, but he didn't have it all when I was going to Russia. Every night doing it, I had to tell him. I had to touch stuff that these things do mean for strengthening. But today they got all this stuff now, but they all in group in business. And everywhere we show up now, it will be an insult for us to show up at one of our leaders' areas, as we did tonight. You got your stuff doing meetings, that will be a insult to them. Because they have it now. They grew up, they learned. Okay, this is what I need to do with me. They investigate. If it is insult for me to go down there and tell Jose, dude, you ain't got no banners, you ain't got no computer, you ain't got nothing to do. What? I didn't bring mine. So they insult to them. Because they said, oh, okay, this is what a meeting look like. Those times I would travel, I would have banners, projectors, super screen, all kinds of stuff in my car. So I could do a meeting in a hotel. Get that set up. But I ain't got to do this no more. Because we got leaders now. We should build a business and institution that shall establish this work. We're going to create 1 million millionaires. How did I know? I did not know until Coach Malin told me. God was talking to us about 1 million millionaires. He was talking to us about 1 million millionaires. He's talked to you about something. He's talked to some other people about 1,000 millionaires. He's talked to some other people about 100 millionaires. And some of you, you just got to get a hold of first, get to let me get 1 millionaire. Jeanette talked about when I told her about being a millionaire. Her head hurt. Then she had the nerve to get up here today. Now she records tonight. You got to go get 1,000 of it. See how that transformed her life? Because now that she is a 7-figure millionaire, cash millionaire, with 1,000 more families do what she's got. That's what the blessing is. The blessings of the Lord make us rich, but has no stop. All right, we're officially in the meeting after meeting. I'm gonna shut up. I'm gonna let you unmute, and you can ask me anything you want to ask me. You can ask John Pettifor, Coach Malin, Strode Faith, any of us, anything that you want to ask us. Let me make sure you can unmute. So you should be able to unmute right now and ask us anything you want to ask us. Raise your hand. You look down on your thing, you should see that thing says reaction. And you can look at it and let you raise your hand. If you want to do that, we'll make sure that you get your question asked. All right. Somebody read the question in our chat for me, because I can't keep up with reading the question in chat and do that. So if someone want to read the question that's in chat, I'll answer them. Otherwise, you can go ahead and unmute. I'll talk to you about what you got.
There's a question in the chat. It says,